Hey, Jersey, what's up, man? You about to get in the swing of things? Good, good, good for you. Glad, I'm glad. Yep, it's tough to be. It's tough to be down now. Always good when you're making a comeback. Yep, always good. My buddy's sitting over here in the dark behind me. He's he kind of he kind of upset with me a little bit. I fussed at him this evening for bothering the other cat, and he won't get any closer than that. He's staying on the foot of the bed instead of coming on up here close like he usually does. He trying to hurt my feelings. I didn't see anybody else doing too much, so I said I'll jump up here for a little while and see if anybody wants to visit, son. Yeah. Yeah, you know, you can say something to them, but if you say something to them in the wrong tone of voice, they they sense that, man. Those animals, especially pets, man, they understand when you're upset with them. That's amazing how animals understand all that. I guess I guess the Lord made it that way. So goodness, this cat right here had never been anything but pampered his whole life ever since. Man, he just been pampered. That's all I can say. Because you know we started out in the middle of a highway as a kitten, and I've always made it a point not to. Well, I've thrown a sock at him or something like that, but you know that a sock. What the heck? Throw a sock at something that ain't gonna hurt nothing. Especially when you throw it all the way across the room. But as far as putting my hands on him and hurting him or anything, no, 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 never indeed. But I did scold him this afternoon for bugging our other cat that's in the house, and I think it hurt his feelings. I think he really knows. He kind of I didn't want him to do it, and it bothered him. It bothers him because y'all remember when he sits on that bed, he never faces me. He always looks out that door. He never faces me, and you see he's facing me right now. He doesn't. 9 out of 10 times, that's not the way he lays on that bed, and he especially doesn't lay way back up there on the foot of it. You got those healers, don't you, Jersey? Are they blue healers? I'll be forgiven. I'll be forgiven before 10 o'clock. Well, at least before 11 o'clock. When I go to bed, he'll be fine after I go to bed. Yeah, those are some good dogs. They really smart dogs. I've never owned one. I've had a lot of good friends that have had them, and I'm fairly familiar with them. The closest thing I've ever had to a healer is a couple of Catahoula curs. And now there's a totally different kind of dog, but I like the Catahoula curs. I'll tell you, I like them. They are probably the most athletic dogs I've ever owned. They're not necessarily they're probably the toughest dogs I've ever owned. But I know they're the most athletic dogs I ever owned. And they're tough. A Catahoula is a tough breed. Oh yeah. Well, back in the day, I hunted with a lot of dogs. I ran through a lot of them in my life, and I I can remember. I can't remember every one of them name, but I can remember something about every one of them. Something that something unique that they did that I'll never forget. I can remember most of them's name, but not all of them. Golly, I ain't no telling how many dogs I've had. And, when you have a pack of dogs, like a pack of beagles, 7, 8, or 10. Now now I can remember all my coon dogs because I never owned a pack of coon dogs. You have 1 or 2 coon dogs, and you bringing a young dog along, maybe 3, at a time. I remember all of them, and down here we used to run deer with. We used to run a lot of deer. That was the main thing about deer hunting down here was, deer dogs. And man, you may have a pack of 20 deer dogs. And so there's no way I guess all the beagles, I can pretty much remember all the beagles. And I know I remember all the coon dogs, but now the deer dogs, they were a little bit more impersonal. When you ran them, you started running them in September. And you take them and turn them loose and try to turn them loose on a deer track out in the field somewhere across the country. And then you spent 2 or 3 days trying to find all of them. Yeah, coon dogs and beagles are a little bit different. I learned the old trick. I've told that trick about the rocks in the hubcaps. And that was a pretty good trick. Everybody that deals with dogs ought to know that one. Because especially dogs that'll get away from you, like beagles get away from you. Heck, they'll disappear. Don't want to come to you. Dang, beagle can be crazy as hell. But you put those rocks in those hubcaps in your truck, in your car, or whatever you drive every day. Those dogs know that when you pull up in the driveway, and then late in the evening or at night when that stomach gets to burning a little bit because they ain't had nothing to eat, and they hear them hubcaps, they hear them rocks rubbing in the hubcaps, they coming to that road. Troy, you can go on down the road. I ain't fooling with you now. Did you hear me? You can't hear me, can you? I guess I'll tell you then. I said, you can go on down the road. I ain't fooling with you tonight.
What's going on?
I don't know. I got lonesome. How about that?
Well,
Hey, David. I wasn't going to let him up here, David, because I don't want to mess with him. He gives me too much grief.
how'd I give you the grief?
Oh, you telling me that I need to buy a new computer and that my stuff ain't no good and all that. I take all
No,
that. I take all that to heart.
I didn't tell you your computer wasn't no good. I said your internet wasn't no good.
You told my computer wasn't no good to start with. It still
Did it
ain't no
work?
good. But I done bought it. I got a $100 damn internet now. Now that's for
Well,
sure.
did you try it on the convoy? I
Do
mean,
I?
you hadn't even tried it.
I ain't seen no convoy now.
Well, no, I mean, you ain't even drove it on the convoy, so how you know they're going to be better?
No, cause it drives good up and down the road on my game, but it still got a little drag to it here and there. So it ain't gonna be no butter on the convoy.
Well, sure it is.
I don't know. Yeah. There you go, Jersey. You stick up for me, buddy. You don't let Troy bully me.
Uh, sure it'll be better on the convoy.
I don't know. We'll see. My next move, I guess, is gonna have to be buy a better computer or a new computer. You get my message on Discord?
I ain't even opened it today.
Well, I'm getting now this is what they told me. I signed up for 1G.
Okay.
And they sent me a new modem sitting right here, big old tall thing sitting over here.
Yeah.
And they told me when I got it, Friday or by Monday, to call them and get them to walk me through hooking it up and activating it. Well, the damn thing come this morning. And just thank goodness my brother-in-law was here that knows all about that kind of stuff. I wasn't expecting it. I never got a tracking number. Never got the tracking number. When I got the tracking number, we had already hooked it up and had dealt with the people at tech service and had it running. When I got the tracking number. Now, how about that for service? I ordered it Monday afternoon and got it this morning. Wednesday morning, this morning. But big old tall modem, and we hooked it up. And the man now you tell me if this sounds right.
Okay.
This man told me that I will see immediately increase in speed, but whatever I do not turn this modem off for 5 days. He said, because your speed will continually increase every day. You ever heard that? That makes sense. Anybody ever heard that before?
Well, it's probably some kind of new. I mean, 1 gig, 1 gig of internet is fast. It's probably uh some kind of setup time and all that.
Well, I mean, he walked through and he, what do you call that? Booted it and rebooted it and booted it and rebooted it all over and over until he got it like he wanted it. And we got all the passwords written down and everything, that you got to have to save for the instrument itself, the tool, the machine itself. And but he said, whatever I do, that was the number one thing. Don't turn that modem off.
Well, it's kind of like driving a car. They tell you not to drive it over a certain speed for a while. Playing that thing at home offline is a lot different than playing it online. So that's where you're gonna see your difference is online. Because when you're convoying, you're not only using the graphics that's on your computer, but you're uploading
Off of the internet.
information.
That's right. And
Now
that's what
the download speed was probably minimum to what you needed. But when we did the upload test, your upload was slow.
Well, you remember what my upload was?
Oh, it was somewhere. Yeah, it was less than 10.
5.
Yeah.
It was 5 at the biggest, highest, and it's 36 now.
Well, see how much. Okay, so you've gained 30% of upload speed. That's
And
gonna make a big difference.
And my download speed was 47. It's 96 now.
Yeah. See, you've doubled your download speed and your upload speed, and you're gonna see a big difference.
Well, the next thing is going to be if it is this, will it process and all that, handle all that? That's the thing.
Well, it should.
We're going to see.
It should. I think Stan updated his too.
Well, Stan was running out outlandish figures anyway. I don't understand why his was dragging worse than mine.
He wasn't either. He was running. He's not running what he's supposed to be running.
Yeah, but he was. When he ran those tests, and I watched him run his test. He was running 3 or 4 times what I was running on both sides of the scale.
Well, he might have having internet trouble, but I can tell you what he told me. He told me that his internet's not running nowhere near the speed it's supposed to, what he's paying for. Now you see mine runs 150 over 150.
Yeah. Well, see, here you go. Now you're going to go to talking about my equipment.
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about the internet speed.
Jersey, he's fixing to start bullying me.
See, and mine runs strictly off Wi-Fi.
He's fixing to start bullying me, Jersey.
But 5 upload speed, yeah, that's where your problem's at.
He's gonna calm down.
You notice how the faster you drive, the worse the glitching got?
Nah. My glitching was so bad that it was minutes. It was how long I drove.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's trying to keep up. But Stan was having a problem the other night. The faster he drove, the worse it glitched.
Yeah, but he drives fast right out of the gate, and so he gonna glitch right out of the gate.
Well, yeah, but when he started having trouble, when he started going faster, and what it is those graphics are going by, because it's a moving car graphic.
Yeah.
And that's what it is.
But the other night when we did that, when we were running, he had way more trouble than I had, even though I had more trouble than I could stand. I like to put this thing out in the street. But the only thing saved me was Stan was still back out of getting stuff repaired. Because he was still, you missed all that. You was in there trying to watch a police show.
Mm.
I was going along good. I was running along that good, and I slowed down to about 80 miles an hour, and here come Hogleg running 90, and cut right in and cut me into a guardrail, and I hit the guardrail head on. And I wasn't trying to, I was just riding, and Stan was back yonder with her on the tow truck, and back there about 200 miles. And then here's Hogleg trying to say, I didn't mean, I didn't do that. I didn't. Well, anyway, after that, this thing of mine started glitching. Man, I jumped guardrails. I jumped over one viaduct, I think. But I started glitching so bad I couldn't even. Stan beat me to the finish line because that thing of mine was glitching. This thing was glitching so bad that, I don't know. I think I believe it was $277,000 trying to get to the finish line. And I said, this is it for me.
Yeah.
Did you get my message I sent you on a text message about eating a good T-bone steak?
I did.
Listen to this now. I want to tell you the story behind it. Hey, fat boy Eric, I want to tell you the story behind this. I had to move out of my wife's bed because she snored. and I talk and I carry on conversations. I mean, it ain't no slurring my words. I'm talking, I'm carrying on a conversation. And she told me I was going to do something about all the talking I was doing in my sleep. And it's been 4 or 5 years ago. And I said, well, you got to do something about all the damn snoring you're doing. And so I moved into another bedroom. All right. So I woke up yesterday morning, and Lucky, Lucky, was sitting beside me, patting me on my chest. And I was talking. And I knew I was talking. I mean, I know I'm talking, and I know I'm carrying on a conversation in my sleep. And I was talking so loud and so plain that he was sitting beside me, touching me right here, right there, just touching me. Like, what are you trying to tell me? Am I doing wrong, or do I need to go to sleep, or shut up where I can go? And I woke up, and that's what I was talking about. What I sent you. I ain't sent it to anybody else, but I sent it to you. That was the very conversation I was carrying on with somebody in my sleep. And
You
when
drink too much moonshine before you go to bed.
All day yesterday, I drank 2 bottles of beer all day yesterday. That's what I drank yesterday.
Oh my God!
And that came to me in my sleep.
I think you better stop buying that cheap beer.
But I got to thinking about that, and I got to laughing. I said, there's a lot of truth to that. And I said, I got to send this to somebody. And then, of course, I sent it to you. I thought it was pretty good after I read it. I said, man, I need to send this to some comedian because somebody makes some money off of this.
Oh my Lord.
because there's a lot of truth to it. Yeah. Hey, Chris E. Oh, I don't know, Judge. I miss sleeping in the bedroom and kicking my wife in the butt and all that. But yeah, David, we got to watch for this. We got some bad weather coming. There ain't no doubt about it. I got to get over here in my neighbor's yard tomorrow and pick up some. She got some dryland cypress in her yard, and I get that. I'm gonna run my mower and pick up all them leaves for her. And we're gonna try something new this year. We're gonna use that stuff for mulch on these acid-loving plants that we got in our yard. I was gonna do it today, but I've been having a few. I got a nerve that is in my lower back that is shooting down, pain down my back and leg and everywhere. And I just didn't feel like doing it today. Yeah, it's coming across. It's they talking about bad weather. You gonna get it too, aren't you, Troy?
Well, it's supposed to get cold. I
Yeah,
don't know
well,
if it's going. I don't know if it's going to rain, but it's supposed to get cold. It's supposed to be 70. I think it's supposed to be 70 something degrees on Friday, and then Saturday it's supposed to turn cold.
yeah. What do you think about them tomatoes or that tomato plant?
It's growing.
Man, that thing's jumping, ain't it?
It sure is.
I don't know if I'm gonna get a tomato or not, but I'm gonna be tickled if I do.
I think it's going. I think it's going. I think it's going to put one out. I really do.
I believe I'll have a tomato by February. Yeah, I know it. I can't start too early in the morning because my neighbor don't go to bed at 2 o'clock, and I can't hardly do nothing in her yard until after dinner, after 12 anyway. We don't want to know what cold is,
Yeah, we
Lane.
know what it is. We just don't live where it's cold.
No, that's right. We know exactly what cold is. That's the reason we live where we live.
Nobody wants to live in that mess.
No. You ain't never heard of nobody retiring and moving up north.
Now,
Hell no. Y'all keep on get them damn bones about 65, 70 years old. You find out what you like about cold
yeah, that's what it is.
and you don't like about cold.
Hey, young. Hey, young. That's all it is to it. I can tell you this. You're damn old handicapped like I am, got arthritis. You don't want to fool with no cold.
Yeah, you need to be moving to Arizona.
Yeah, I know.
Southern Arizona.
I ain't messing no cold. It used to not bother me too bad. The older I got, the worse it got. But I don't know what you barking at. But she's in the bathroom. Rest your nerves. Uh, Cold used to not bother me too bad. The older I got, wears on me. I got a problem. I got too much arthritis to be in the cold, and I'm too fat to be in the heat.
There you go.
So I got a problem.
There you go. Louisiana bound. There you are. Well, you better not bring no allergies with you, Lance. Because you leave all your allergies in Michigan or Wisconsin. Because when you get to Louisiana, everything down there makes you sneeze.
I think Lance has lived. I think Lance lived in Texas
He
at one
did,
time.
but he going to Louisiana. He ain't going to Texas.
Yeah. Well, I lived in. I went to school southeast Texas, about close you can get to Louisiana without going to Louisiana. And it's hot down there. I live down there close to the refinery. Uh,
Wait a minute now. Close to where?
the refinery over at Port Arthur.
Oh, Port
Where they got
Arthur.
all them refineries at. And you get up in the morning, smell like a toilet bowl. And the mosquitoes
Hey, Big Mike.
about big as dragonflies down there. I used to run up down the road in them trucks, have a pipe sticking up out of the back of it, spraying that stuff in there. Trying to spray them, keep them mosquitoes beat back. And then to wonder why everybody's got the cancer.
They spraying DDT and diesel fuel.
Yeah, they spraying them.
Coal oil, probably coal oil.
But I swore once I got out of there that I'd never go back. Hell, I ain't been back but once. That's because somebody died. It's miserable down there. Hot.
What? I'm trying to place Port Arthur from
It's
Houston.
close to Beaumont.
Huh?
It's close to Beaumont, southeast of Houston.
Oh, that's close to the Gulf then.
Yeah, it's right on the water.
Oh, okay.
Down there. And, 25 years ago, well, it's been longer than that. 32 years ago, when I left from down there, Beaumont was not a bad place to, that area was not a bad place to live. But I was watching a documentary yesterday or day before yesterday on YouTube. I do a lot of that, watch a lot of documentaries. And it's turned to a slum fest down there now. It's all.
Well, that's all because of Katrina and that bunch that moved out of New Orleans.
Well, all that stuff down there, went downhill. All the business districts everything is closed up, old burned up houses. Downtown, used to be kind of a place people go hang out. Ain't nobody down there now. That old boy.
I don't think you heard what I said, did you?
What?
That's when that damn riffraff out of New Orleans left after Katrina, and Texas took them all in over there.
Well,
well, say what you want to say. But I know a lot of Texans that live in Houston, Lafayette, Louisiana, right on the west coast, on the east side of Texas, and they'll all tell you that it's because of the riffraff that come out of New Orleans after Katrina. Now,
they sure had a lot of they listen. I know for that thing, it was probably what that hit 2000 and something, 5 or was it 5 or?
It's long enough that it don't take them kind of folks long to deteriorate a night.
But I had a chance to go work down there one time. You remember back in when New Orleans police had all them policemen that got arrested and they prosecuted a bunch of them, fired about half the police force.
Which time?
Oh, that was
which time?
That was in the late 90s, early 2000s, I think. Might have been the mid 90s. But anyway, they fired a bunch of them down there and prosecuted a bunch of them, and they's trying to hire policemen. And they offered to buy us a house to go down there and work. I had a couple of the cops go down there and look at it. But the cost of living down there was high then. uh, and so they didn't go. But they was trying to recruit people. They was going to rent them houses, buy them a house, and everything else down there. They hadn't signed
Well,
a contract.
New Orleans is the most graft-ridden city in the United States outside of New York City, I imagine.
Now that was before Katrina. That was about 6-8 years before Katrina, and arrested a bunch of cops down there was on the take, and he's trying to get a bunch of people to go down there and work, but they were actively recruiting people to go down there and work.
Well, it's New Orleans. The New Orleans police force don't have the best reputation in the world. So what you do when you go to New Orleans is just don't do nothing to get in no trouble.
A bunch of those policemen that worked down there. I had some of my policemen that went down there to help. One after Katrina hit, FEMA brought a bunch of police officers and things in and rescue people. And two of my policemen went down there and stayed 2 weeks. And one of them stayed 2 weeks. One of them come back, but after 3 days. But a bunch of the policemen down there after that storm hit, they just got their family and left. They just quit, walked off the job. It was so bad. But I had two policemen that went. They was gonna pay them $2,000 a week. I had one young policeman. He had a wife and a baby, and he wanted to go. And he come in the office and asked me if I work it out where he could go. And I told him, I said, you do realize that what you're walking into down there. I said, son, they got bad stuff going on down there. I mean, it ain't gonna be no cakewalk. Yeah, but I need the money. I let him go, and then I had another one, and he had a boy there was in his 40s, and he's kind of soft. And I tried to talk him out of going because I didn't think he could handle it, and he didn't. He went down there for 2 days and called me on the phone and said, I'm coming home. So
yeah,
I said, well, now you done went down there and made a commitment to these people. I said, you probably ride it out 12 more days, huh? And he's like, Captain, he says, I'm coming home. I was wrong for coming. I should have listened to you. I had no business coming down here. I ain't cut out for it. He come home.
I guarantee it. New Orleans
back on the street, but
New Orleans ain't no gravy train. I'm telling you now.
No, but that's right after the storm and all the looting and the fighting and.
Well, it's always been. It's that way right now. It was that way before that, and it'll always be that way because I don't know who controls New Orleans or how it's run, but about this. When I go to New Orleans, and I love New Orleans, I love the food. Kay and I used to go down there once or twice every year. But I learned to be in the motel room when the sun went down. I was off the streets.
Oh yeah.
And the last year or two before we figured that out, we'd be walking back down the street to the motel room, and there's some cat be running down the highway, down the sidewalk, knocking people out of the way, and it'd be two horses behind him, chasing him. He done something back up to, 2 or 3 blocks back up in the French Quarter, and them cops on them horses would be chasing him. And it just got to where it got worse and worse and worse. And I don't know. I don't go back down there anymore. And they got some of the best restaurants and the best food I ever ate down there. But I just don't go back to New Orleans. And
Well,
I've been down there. I don't know. I'd hate to say how many times we've been down there.
some people's cut out for that type of thing, and some's not. And I had two ask me to go. One was cut out for it, and the other one wasn't, and I knew that, but it's kind of hard to tell a man you can't go make $2,000 a week when he needs the money.
Well, that's true.
So I let him go, and but he's glad to get back home. So,
I think Lafayette, Louisiana, that area. I think that if I go back to eat some more good Cajun food, that's probably the area I'm gonna go to. Lafayette, that area. Maybe Lake Charles. I don't know if I'll go that far to Lake Charles, but Lafayette, I think, is a pretty nice place. I got a couple of good friends that live in Lafayette or right around Lafayette. It's a long way compared to New Orleans, but for the good food, you got, sometimes you got to travel.
well, that whole situation down there, like I said, was a mess. And, it was pretty rough down there for a while after all that happened. And the only thing I told my guys was, I knew they were having a lot of problems with looting and things going on. And the only thing I told my guys is that, they're going to put you on probably some kind of protection detail, and to keep stuff from getting looted. And I do not want y'all arresting or beating on people for robbing, for breaking into grocery stores, because they're going to throw all that stuff away anyway. Insurance going to pay for it, because people were breaking in grocery stores down there.
Well, they're breaking into everything.
And and I told my guys, I said they're gonna throw that stuff out, or they're gonna get a claim on insurance anyway. Don't be doing that. And if they tell y'all to do that, you get in the car and come home. Because if I find out you did it, you're gonna have to deal with me here at your job when I find out you did it. So we're not gonna be doing that. But they were siphoning gas out of police cars and everything down there. So at that time.
And then Texas took all of the refugees.
Yeah.
And now they voting in Texas. Ha. And now they are voting in Texas.
Well, according to the numbers of the governor's race, it didn't hurt us none.
Well, you got a couple more years till all the California folks get there.
They leaving.
Where they going?
They going back. They getting out of here. Bunch of them's leave. Bunch of them's left.
Oh, they can't stand it, huh?
Now, they're leaving.
Too conservative for them.
Politics, and it's too hot. That's what it is. I'm telling you.
I wonder where they going. I hope they don't come to Mississippi.
I don't know, and I don't care as long as they get the hell out of here.
Well, I don't know. I got neighbors next to me right over here that don't none of them in the whole house speak a word of English.
Yeah.
But I'd rather have them than I had a bunch of folks from California move in over here.
A bunch of them moved here, but a bunch of them's leaving now.
And I hope if anybody from California in here, I hope you're conservative, because I don't know liberal son of a bitch from California living next to me. And that's just the way it is.
Oh my God.
And there, look, I went from 44 people watching to 6, all in that one statement.
Oh my God. Ooh. Oh Lord.
You believe I nobody screenshot that one. Look here, Troy. I probably never told this on live YouTube, but when my dad was working in California, he worked in Northern California outside of Redding, north of Sacramento, up there. And when I found him, I was 40 years old. I've told y'all any. I don't know. You ever heard this? When I was telling about when he carried me into his office to meet all the people that he worked with.
Uh-uh.
All right. So he's from Vermont. Okay. I found him when I was adopted and all that. But anyway, I found him when I was 40 years old. I sold a shotgun. My mother died in 79, and I found him a few years later. I sold a shotgun and bought a round trip ticket from Mississippi to California. Went to meet my daddy. Never seen him before. Didn't know nothing about him. All that happened when I was less than a year old. And so anyway, I met it. He picked me up in the airport in Sacramento. And it was just like I'd known him all my life. We hit it off. We were just like father, son, like I guess like he's supposed to be, you know. I don't know. But anyway, about the third, I stayed out there 6 days, and about the third day, we went into his office where he was electronic engineer. He designed all of he designed a bunch of stuff. But anyway, he worked for a private telephone company out there that had contracts to do all that kind of stuff. So he went into the office to meet all of the folks in his office, you know, that worked for him, all of the people in the office. And they had a little party set up to meet me, their boss's son. They knew the story. You understand? They all knew the story. And so they set up a party to meet me and their boss's son that was 40 years old. So we there, and they eating the cold cuts and this and that and the other, and the little tidbits and all the men coming up, and the women coming up, the different ones asking me and hellos, and I had an audience because all of them love to listen to me talk. They love that accent. They want to hear that accent. You know, that's the first time they ever met anybody from the South. You know, a lot of them. And I've been told that I do have an accent. And so I was talking to them and just, you know, answering their questions and being cordial. And I tell you, to be quite honest, a couple of women looked pretty good. And I was just being who I am. And this one lady walked up to me and asked me, now listen to this, Troy. Now I'm from Mississippi. It ain't hard to tell I'm from Mississippi. And they all knew I was from Mississippi. This one gal walked up to me and asked me, did I still beat black people?
Oh, Lord.
And I said, ma'am, I said, do what now? Said, do you still beat them, pull them off on the side of the road and beat them if they don't tip the hat at you? That was her very words. And I said, I don't know what television show you've been watching or what book you've been reading. I said, but No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't even. I wouldn't think nothing about it. No, no, ma'am. That don't happen. She said, I don't really believe it. I believe you are a racist SOB.
Oh Lord.
Yes, sir. Look, that whole room got quiet. 15, 20 people. And she said, I believe you're a racist. I mean, she had her stinger out.
Ah,
And you know what I told her?
I know what I'd have told her.
No. I tell you what. I said, ma'am, I said, I don't know where you're getting your information. I had no idea where you're getting it. And there were several black ladies in that room. Several black women, several black ladies in that room. And one black man. I said, I don't know where you're getting your information about Mississippi from. I said, but I have nothing against black people. Nothing at all. In fact, I think every white man ought to own at least two of
Mm.
them. and including the three black people that were in the room. Including the three black people that were in the room with the other people. They all started saying, why don't you go somewhere else and drink coffee? Talking to that woman. Because her mouth dropped open. I said, I think every black man ought to own at least, every white man ought to at least own at least two of them. Because that's what she wanted me to say, you know? That's what she wanted me to hear. That's what she wanted to hear. So I told her. And, oh boy, that broke her spirit. They hooted her out of that office, man.
Some people just like that, though.
I couldn't believe it. And she kept on. If she'd have just left it alone, I wouldn't have said a word. But she kept on. And so I said, well, I'll give her something to deal with. And it made me. It didn't upset me. It embarrassed me for my daddy because it don't embarrass me. I know what the rest of the world thinks about folks from Mississippi. What a lot of people think. But boy, I just had to tell her. I just had to let her have it. And every time anybody throws that racist bullshit at me, I'll tell them right quick what I think about it.
Of course, I faced a lot of that when I worked, but I could always put them in jail.
Well, no,
I could always lock them up for something.
and I've been in some pretty good situations through the years with people that, but and most of it's been, and none of it's ever happened in Mississippi. It's always been when I was somewhere else, and I used to fly all the time, at least 3 times a year. I was up in the Northeast, and with this accent I got, I get a lot of people, they couldn't understand bourbon and Coke in a bar. Bourbon and Coke, they just could not understand it. So they had to ask me 3 or 4 or 5 times. Bourbon and Coke, or bourbon and Sprite. And all it was, they wanted to keep hearing me say it with my accent, with the southern slang. And then sooner or later, somebody at the bar was going to come up with some kind of smart damn remark about race. It happened New Jersey, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, every state in the Northeast, and most of the time it was all a laugh off, and I just passed it on off. But a couple of times I had to just tell the damn folks, I just had to tell them that I did, and I never told one of them I didn't appreciate it. I don't appreciate you classifying me as a Southern colonel or whatever. I never told one of them that. I always had a comeback for them. And you'd always shut them up. I get sick of it. I've always gotten sick of it.
I always had, people want to, you're trying to deal with a situation, people always want to get their nose in it. And I just tell them, I start coming over getting in right in the middle of police business. I just tell them flat out, I just tell them y'all need to move along or go to jail, one of the two. Take your choice, but make your mind up quick what you want.
Make up your mind quick.
Make up your mind, because we're not going to do this. So
it really gripes you being. I guess if you got I reckon that I have a. What am I trying to say? I got a stigma. I don't have a guilty conscience about being from Mississippi and born and raised here, but I'm well aware of what other parts of the country think about a white male, especially an old white male in the state of Mississippi. I'm well aware of what a lot of folks stereotype me as. You know what I'm talking about?
uh-huh.
And I've been stereotyped for a lot of years because of my accent. And I have a way worse probably accent than most folks around here. And the reason for my accent is because I was raised in the black community with mostly black people around me my whole life. From my early years all the way up till I was about 20 years old. And I talk with that Southern slang, and it's the same slang that a lot of people find offensive. And I figured that out at an early age. And so I learned a long time ago how to cool their jets and tell them what they wanted to hear, but I always placed it in the right context to throw the ball back in their court, and they couldn't bounce it. But yeah, it's like coming from New Mexico and want to know where you tie your horse, Oh, are you from Texas? Where's your rope?
Yeah.
Are you from New York? I don't know. I don't know enough about New York. I never thought too much about it. Let me see. What other state do they stereotype real bad? Well, I guess they stereotype Louisiana. You ain't got a crawfish in your pocket, do you?
I had
You didn't know you was gonna get in this conversation, did you, Troy?
string of bank robberies. Yeah, they had a string of bank robberies down here one time. The FBI was here, and I got classified one time as a Southern lawman.
Yeah.
I asked my chief, I said, "What the hell does a Southern lawman mean?" He's looked at me and he started laughing. He says, Well, son, we just do little things a little differently down here than they do up north.
There you go. That's right.
Oh, Lord. I said, I am now classified as a Southern lawman. Oh, Lord.
Well, that's
Oh,
one thing I always want to be classified as a Southerner. I don't know about
yeah.
lawman, but Southerner for damn sure.
Yeah, you Southern lawmen do things a little differently down here. I just kind of looked at him like, okay, you know.
Well, look here. Are you? Do you have any statistics to back up the deal that the California folks are leaving Texas?
News, news, and uh, what the news is saying that a lot of them moved here after the pandemic,
Yeah, right.
but they starting to, according to the news and the literature that I am reading, a lot of them's going back home.
I can't imagine they going back to California though.
Well, why?
Well, because of the taxes are so high.
Well, I think this, yeah, but I understand that, but you have to realize that this is a thi- where I live and where they come from is a culture shock.
Well, yeah, the next door neighbors don't have no use for them.
I mean, that's a different mentality out there uh, of a wide variety of things, laws, political views,
You're right.
weather, uh, uh, etc. And yeah, it's cheaper. Was I don't know that it's so much cheaper now. One day before before 2020 hit, for instance, when I first moved to this apartment complex, that I've been here, I don't know, somewhere along 5 years, coming up on 5 years. When I first moved here, I had a two-bedroom downstairs on floor for $1,035 a month. That's what the rent was, the base rent. Now it's $1,550.
Yeah,
So, and they had, and it's still the same place.
yeah,
It's just that supply and demand went up so much for housing that they're able to get it.
yeah.
Uh, Now, the upstairs, and I don't have an upgraded apartment. Now, we had that, we had all that mess where they had, they big freeze and everything and busted all the pipes and
Right, right. And they
tore up
come in and
everything.
rebuild a bunch of it.
And
Right.
they rebuilt it. So, I the upstairs remodeled apartments cost just as much as buy downstairs two bedroom.
Mm.
Because I don't have it. So the cost of living for housing has went up, 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 up. So it's not as cheap as it was.
I don't know. I just it seems strange to me that if they was to leave Texas, and I know they
Oh,
were flocking into Texas, that they would go back to California. I figured they'd go somewhere else.
well, the weather is hot here. Uh, the cost of living has gone up here, and the housing has gone way up here. They don't like the politics here. That's one of the main reasons. And I'll tell you
Okay.
another reason. Everybody down here carries a gun, wears a gun, and they don't
Yeah.
like that either.
We're good for. I'm ready going back where they come from.
So,
I just hope they don't come here. Because we got all we can deal with in northeast Mississippi with the damn hillbillies in Mississippi. So they still think Democrats the only way to go.
Yeah.
And that they really a different part of the state. Them folks up there, they don't think like the rest of Mississippi. And I got a lot of good friends up there, and they don't think like I think. But of course, their politics is so crooked, and it's been crooked for so long that they don't know they don't know what straight right politics is supposed to be like.
Well, I mean, you know, they're not used to seeing folks walk around carry guns on their hip in California.
No, but they are in Mississippi, and they are in Texas, and they are in Louisiana.
That's what goes on down here. I mean,
In Louisiana, I think they were carrying guns in Louisiana.
you know, they passed that law here about around 2000. Might have been 2001. I can't remember exactly what year it was. I know this. I was working for police still when they passed that law, and even though I didn't have to, I went out and got my license immediately. And my first chief asked me, he said, "Why are you going to get a license?" I said, "Well," I might as well get it. It's law. I can get it. He said, "Well, you don't have to have a license. You got a commission here." And I'm like, "I don't know how the hell long I'm gonna be here either."
Yeah.
I want to get the hell out of here one of these days. So I had my license for almost 25 years. And I had my license 5 years before I ever left the police department.
Well, I don't know.
And I don't go anywhere without my gun. Nowhere.
You better not go anywhere, not in this day and time.
Every day, every time I leave here, I got it on.
Well, we got 10 folks in here. There's hey Lynn. We done quiet the chat down. So everybody got quiet when we went to talk about. I'm gonna change the subject. We better change the subject. I guess. I found out something. I learned something. I don't know if let me think. No, I don't think I mentioned this on Hog Leg show Monday morning. I learned something. I learned something in the last couple of days. That and you don't ever get too old to learn new tricks.
Oh Lord, what did you learn?
But marijuana.
Huh?
Marijuana.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I know. Oh Lord. I did not know that this new stuff, when you go in a store or out of a store and you meet somebody going to your truck and they smell like a damn skunk. I did not know that was the top of the line dope that's available now for marijuana. That old skunk stuff, skunk stink. They smell like a skunk. I mean, they actually smell like a skunk. I mean, you can smell them. They smell like a skunk.
Yeah, it's cheap.
No, that's the best stuff. That's the best stuff you can buy now. It's better than the stuff they used to smoke in the 60s and 70s. That's what I was been told here in the last day or two.
Well, marijuana in general is cheap. That's what I'm trying to say.
But that's they call it the skunk weed or whatever. I don't know anybody in chat. There's 10 of them in there. I don't know if there's any potheads in there or not, but they might be. Some of them in there can tell.
It all smells.
Yeah, but not like skunk. It's
Well,
the old dope back in the '60s smelled like leaves burning in the yard, but it had a little distinctive smell. But this now smells just like a damn skunk. It smells just like a skunk you done run over in the road.
yeah, you can smell it. You sure can smell it.
And they tell me that's the good stuff, what they call the good stuff. Now, I would like to, I'm going to see if anybody can verify that.
I can't help you.
I can't either, but I'm just taking.
I know this. It was probably the easiest drugs to find back in the day when I worked for the police, because hell, if they had the window rolled down, you could smell it going down the street.
Yeah, but it didn't smell like no skunk though.
Well, it did. It did back then. Now there was some strong, stinky marijuana back then too. It's just common today.
Hell, it grew wild. It grows wild up in the Midwest. I don't know what they call it up there, but I've always been told it grows wild up there.
But it's got a strong odor to it. You can smell it. You know, you can smell it. It's not hard. It's not hard to smell.
Wait a minute now. What do you mean, David? When you smell a skunk, you thought it was bad stuff? That's what I always thought. But they tell me that's the good stuff. If it smells like a skunk, that's the good stuff.
Well, now what's good to some people may not be good to others. Now, good could be defined in many terms. Is it good because it's affordable and cheap, or is it good because it gets you high fast? I mean,
Well, I think the skunk weed is the stuff that smells like skunk is it gets you good and high.
well,
When I grow outside, Coach, my whole backyard smell like skunk, and it's good stuff. Okay, Chris Evers said the skunk smell is the good stuff. Now, that's what Chris E says, and that's what I was told. That's what I was told in the last day or two.
I ain't never tried it, so I couldn't tell you.
Chris E said he got a greenhouse. So Chris, the skunk stuff, the skunk smell is the good. It's the green buds and all that. That's the good stuff, right? It depends on how you feel, David. I guess. I reckon it depends on how you feel. Now, so about Steve, Steve, how have you been around 100 years and not smoking? Because I made it a point. I knew at some point in my life I was going to have kids or children. At least I hoped I was going to have children. And the one thing I don't do is lie. And I was never going to lie to anybody about anything. And it was illegal when I was coming through. And the only way I could tell my kids and beat the hell out of my kids if I ever caught them doing it was if I had not done it. And that's how that works, Fishing Nut. Alvin Lewis said he's too young to smoke weed.
Alvin Lewis he's old enough to be the creator of weed.
Alvin Lewis is older than me, ain't
he? Yeah. He's always, you know what he said to me the other day? He had nerve enough to tell me the other day, listen to this. He had nerve enough to tell me the other day that he don't like sweets, but his grandkid won't eat them without him, so he has to eat them.
He has to eat them, okay. Fishing nut, the way I handled the drinking is I didn't drink when I was in high school. I didn't drink till I got out of college. I was an athlete all the way through high school and all the way through college. And the way I told my boys, I had 2 sons, and I told them, if you ever drink and I catch you, I'm going to beat the hell out of you. But if you ever drinking and you can't get home, you call me and let me know. Now you going to take an ass whooping, but I'm going to come get you and get you home to keep you from killing yourself and breaking your mama's heart. Now that's the way I handle that. And I was perfectly honest with them. I never told them a lie. And the worst thing I ever did going through school is I started smoking when I was 11, 12 years old and chewing tobacco when I was 11, 12 years old and smoking, chewed tobacco all the way through school. I didn't smoke when I was playing ball during the whatever season it was. And, but neither one of my kids ever smoked cigarettes as far as I know. That's strange how that worked out. But no, that's the way I did it, Nut. That was just me. Now, I guess I should have been preaching smoking instead of the drinking part. $25 an ounce for ditchweed. Is that the stuff that grows in the Midwest that grows wild up there on the railroad tracks and everywhere? Or just somebody ground up something green and sold it to you for $25 an ounce? I don't know.
Good.
I just always heard it. I just always been told that stuff grows wild up in the upper Midwest. What they call it? Not hell. What is it that cows? Didn't the cows used to eat it? Not peyote, but hell, I don't know. Anything I know about is hearsay. I'd be a good grower of weed. Out in the wet ditches. Oh, okay. Look now, don't think I ain't got some friends that I grew up with. They big farmers down here. They my age, and they raise it. They raise it every year. He did not inhale. They raise it every year, and they smoke the hell out of it. But I never have taken a puff off of it. To this day, I'm 76 years old. I never taken a pull off of one of them. But my wife and I, and she's the same age as I am. In fact, Kay's a little bit older than me. We've been thinking about getting us some of them gummy bears.
That ought to be a hell of a show.
Yeah, that's what. But we're gonna do it. We want to get some strong gummy bears.
Oh my God!
Just she and I, and
y'all gonna mess around there and get to dance the jig, throw out a hip.
Well, what I told Kay was, see, I don't eat many sweets. I do like sweets. I like chocolate and all, but I don't thrive on it. You know, Kay, she got a drawer in that bedroom and that damn thing. She keeps it full of chocolate and Heath bars and Milky Ways, and she loves sweets. I said, Kay, if you get on them, if you take them gummy bears, you gonna have you liable to empty that jar. You liable to gain 50 pounds overnight.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah, Willie's still on too.
How in the hell did y'all get on the conversation of skunk weed on hog legs?
I did everything I could do to get us off of the topic we was on, man.
God no.
That was then got out of. I was trying to get that away because
Mm, mm, mm.
I might offend somebody, some Yankee or something. And woe be to me to offend anybody. Yeah, but David, I don't know about Merle, but I know quite a bit about Waylon and Johnny, and they had a lot. They had a lot of things going on with them. Uh, Basically, both of them from Fort Ice, Arkansas, I think, and they were pretty well. They cut a long, wide swath coming through. And you got to understand that Willie got cut from most of the auditions he made until back up in the mid '60s because he couldn't sing worth a damn, and he still can't sing worth a damn. But he didn't make the grade in country music till the other two were famous. Did you know that Willie Nelson and his wife auditioned for the Ozark Jubilee? Y'all don't even know what the Ozark Jubilee is. The Ozark Jubilee was hosted by Red Foley back in the 50s and 60s. Red Foley is Pat Boone's father-in-law. Debbie Boone that sang You Light Up My Life. Y'all know who she is. Y'all old enough to remember her. Willie and his wife auditioned for the Ozark Jubilee, and Willie didn't make the damn. They took his wife and they didn't let her on. Didn't let him on.
You know,
He sounded like a mosquito scratching his back leg.
I worked for the police uh, in the same county. Willie was born in Abbott, Texas.
Yeah,
That was Abbott was in the Hill County where I worked for police.
yeah. Yeah, the Ozark Jubilee was a TV show back in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, I agree with you, Fishing Nut. I used the hell out of CBD grease. I got a bunch of magic cookies. I got all that stuff, and I agree with you. It's a healing process. I mean, it's not healing, but it does aid you if you got arthritis and all the stuff that old people get. I agree 100%. I agree 1,000%. I voted to legalize it in Mississippi. Uh, but I had a college roommate in the '60s. He's dead now. He's same age as I was. We graduated from high school, same time, different places, but same time. It didn't have nothing to do with him dying. He just died. Just like a lot of we all gonna do it. But anyway, he smoked dope. The 3 years we had an apartment, and I didn't even know he smoked dope. He was a hell of a high school athlete. I played against him all those years in high school, and I had no idea he smoked dope. No idea at all. No, I just thought everybody was like me. They didn't do nothing but play ball. I didn't know that some folks didn't train. I didn't know. I was naive, I guess you say the word. So he's smoking that dope. And I told him, I said, look, man, and I was playing baseball, college baseball. I said, look, bud, we're going to do something about this. So I made him sign a piece of paper. I wrote it all out. I, and it says, Steve Adams has not, does not, and I've never seen, I don't know, whatever it said, smoke dope. And he signed it. I said, because if they bust this damn apartment building and all this and you get caught, I don't want to get kicked off the baseball team. And I kept that paper in my wallet for 4 years. The whole time I was Delta State. Well, I shouldn't have said where I was going to school. But he smoked it every day. He smoked it, and this is back in the '60s when it wasn't hard. It was hard to get. They smoked it in a pipe with tinfoil in it. Sit there and then they'd eat the buds out of it, eat the seed. Ah, man, Lord have mercy. Y'all, I just seen been eating out there eating Johnson grass weed. But anyway, yeah, I was up close and personal with it for 3 years, and but it didn't help him. And he was brilliant. He was a brilliant man. He was a brilliant boy. He would sign the first year he came to school. He signed up 21 hours. That was a maximum load. He done cut out all his classes by the first, I don't know, 2 or 3 months of school because he couldn't get up and go to class. He smoked his damn dope. But he was so smart and he had such a high ACT score that the next semester he signed up he signed up at 21 hours every semester. And he would end up with 3 hours every semester. That's what he was passing, was 3 hours. And he would take afternoon classes and he'd have 3 hours after dinner. Well, he could make those classes. Hey, miss. And he finally transferred to Ole Miss and messed around at Ole Miss and graduated and became a college professor. He was a pothead, man. He couldn't even get up to go to school. And he one of my best friends ever. I mean, but that's just the truth. That's just a true story. Now, whether it does that to everybody, I don't know. But he smoked it too much. It's just like you can drink too much whiskey, you can drink too much beer. You can smoke too many cigarettes, or you can run around with too many women. I guess it's just if you got a weakness for something,
Well, I can tell you this.
It can mess you up.
I can foresee that I had 75% more trouble out of people that drank
Oh, well, sure.
when I worked for police than I did ever smoke marijuana.
I guarantee you would.
And I had run-ins with both, but them drunks was the worst.
Well, I guarantee you it were. No doubt about it. And crackheads and all that. But, marijuana's supposed to make you real, I don't know, laid back and all. But now what my roommate would do, now this was the bad thing about him. And he didn't do it a lot, but he did it enough that it was irritating as hell. On Friday afternoon, he'd come home with a pint of vodka, Taka vodka. And he always had dope. And he'd get to drinking that dope and smoking that dope and drinking that vodka. And he drank it on ice. He drank it straight. And by 6:30, 7 o'clock on Friday evening, he'd be a wild man. I mean, totally out of control. And he's a little old bitty fella compared to me back in them days. And my other room, it was three of us. And my other roommate said, "You got to do something with him." And I'd have a baseball game that next day or whatever. Man, I'd take him and take his sheet off his bed and tie him up in the sheet. I'd pick him up and turn him upside down and tie his feet together and his hands together and tie him up in that sheet. And I'd tell Alan, I said, "Alan, now, you got him now, because I got to. I ain't gonna deal with him no more." But he'd go wild, man, on that. He'd drink that vodka and drink it and smoke that dope, and he'd go wild. But Lord have mercy.
I had one old boy. He'd get drunk. We'd have to go down there and get him. Every time we'd go down there to get him, hell, he'd fight. Every single time he'd fight. And every single time uh, I had, my policeman, he'd get a fist fight with you.
Yeah.
And they whooped him every single time. About the third or fourth time that, he got fight my guys and they busted him up a little bit. I'd be down there. We'd be down there, go down there to the hospital and everything, wait on him to get patched up. About the third time I went in there, I said, "When are you going to learn?"
There you go.
I mean, you know that when you do that, he'd be mad. You guy broke my nose. You broke my nose. I said, when we go down there to pick you up
Yeah.
and you fight and you start swinging that you're going to get your nose broke. How many times he got to break that beak before it gets to your head?
Before you understand,
Yeah,
I got
you understand.
to tell me later. I had no country store for 5 years. Best time of my life. I love being out in the country and dealing with the farmers and the farm labor. And that was this couple. Now, I won't call their name. I guess they're probably both dead now, but anyway. Every Sunday morning, I'd opened up on Sunday morning. Every Sunday morning, they come in the store. And sometimes she'd have to feel her way in the door. Her eyes would be swollen shut. And she'd be bruised up and have cuts all over her arms and all. And old Willie'd come in. That was his name, was Willie. And I said, "Damn, y'all been fighting again?" And they'd be at a honky tonk or something, and they'd get in a fight, and he'd beat the hell out of them. Well, that went on for a year or two. One morning, they come in the store, one Sunday morning. Only time I saw them was on Saturday evenings and Sunday morning. And they come in the store, and she looked rough. She had been beat up bad. Willie done beat her bad. And she even had a splotch of hair out the side of her head. And I said, "Lord, woman." She said, "Everything's good, store man." Said, "I done quit fighting." I said, "Well, I'm glad to hear it. I am glad to hear it." I said, "I ready you to quit drinking and fighting." She said, "No, sir. I ain't quit drinking. I done quit fighting." I said, "Well, how come you done quit fighting?" She said, "Because I don't never win." Because I don't never win. And I thought to myself, well, she figured out part of it, but she ain't figured it all out, but she figured out part of it. I don't never win. And I don't know. I sold the store just a little bit after that. But I read in the paper where he died. I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure. I don't know if she quit fighting or not.
I'd never been able to drive. I'd get the squad car and ride around with the boys at night. We had one old boy there in town. He'd get drunk. He'd get drunk about every 2 or 3 nights. And I mean, he stayed drunk. 2 or 3 days, 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 he stayed dr About the second day, he really wound up. You know, each time he'd get drunk, he'd go on a 3-day binge. Day 2 or 3, he was gonna plateau and he gonna be trouble. They'd go down there and have to get him. He'd try to fight every time. Now I could go down there and get him, and couldn't even get out of the car. I go down there and get him. And I said, "Now, Willie, you know I'm gonna put you in jail." "Yes, sir. I'm ready to go." He'd get back. He'd open the door up, get in the back seat, and would drive him on down to jail, kick him out. Of course, I'd feed him. You know, I'd give him something to eat, some coffee, and I'd go down there and get him, and they get
And not have no trouble with it.
no, and he get mad. They get them. My other cops would get mad. "How come you go down there and get him? You won't do that for us." I said, "Y'all don't know how to talk to him.
That's
Y'all go
right.
down there and start mouthing at him about what you gonna do and make him mad. He's already drunk."
That's the worst thing you
I
can do to
said,
a
"You
drunk
go
is
down
tell
there
him,
and get him.
what he gonna do.
Yeah, go down there and get him and bring him back. Put him in a cell down there. Give him a sandwich. Treat him like a man. Give him a cup of coffee. Yeah, he's an old drunk, but he still deserves to be treated decently." So
Can you keep this thing going while I take a break?
yeah. So one afternoon, he come in there, police station. He'd been drinking. He said, "Captain," he said, "I'm drunk." I'm like, "Well, what's new, Willie? You stay drunk." He said, "Show is gonna be cold tonight." I said, "I ain't really got a place to sleep." I said, "Now, Willie, we ain't running a hotel around here. I can't just put you up for the night." He's like, "If I go out and get in trouble, can I sleep back there in the cell?" And I just looked at him. I'm like, I just kind of looked at him. "What do you say to that?" So I just took him, put him back there in the cell. I was going to have to arrest him later anyway. Chief come in next morning. He said, "What's he doing back there?" I said, "Well, he's drunk." "Well, okay, he's drunk, but what did he do?" I said, "He come in and informed me it's too cold for him to sleep on the street, so he's going to have to go out and get in trouble because he'll spend the night at the cell block." So I just put him back here. I said, "Call it preventative policing." He just shook his head. He said, "We're not running a hotel around here, Troy. You can't put every drunk in jail you want to." Missy, Missy, I haven't put the jig tying table up for. Had to have a place to cook the Christmas tree. I seen that good food you fixed the other day. Was that bread or is that banana nut bread you made? Yeah, good idea. Just go and put him in jail, David, and be done with it. He did. He come in there and informed me he was drunk. He won't know if he had to go get in trouble so he wouldn't have to sleep on the street. I'm watching this guy up here fishing at this crappie house in Oklahoma. He's the only one in there, and he's jig fishing, and he's catching a bunch of fish, but he's catching a bunch of small ones. But he is catching them. He's gonna get a keeper in it. They've been tearing them up there lately. I was telling that old boy that I was telling you about that I'd go down there and get him.
Yeah.
He come knocked on the door one day, and I was sitting in the office. Said he said, "Captain," he said, "I'm drunk." I said, "Well, hell, Willie, what's new? You stay drunk, you know." He's like, "Well," he said, "Captain," he said, "it's gonna be mighty cold tonight." He said, I ain't got no place to sleep. Reckon I can sleep back here in the cell block." I said, now, Willie, I'm not running a motel around here.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
He said, well, if I go out and get in a little bit of trouble, can I go on and sleep back there in the cell then? I told him, hell, I just put him back here because I knew he was going to go out and do something he wasn't supposed to do.
Go do something.
I
Yeah.
just put him in there.
The little old town I grew up in, we didn't have a jail, and the nearest jail was 17 miles at the county seat. You know, the sheriff had to come get them. But we had a justice of the peace court room in the city hall, and it had a little old place for the justice of the peace judge, the guy to sit up there in the front, and had 3 or 4 pews, you know. And that's where they would roam Friday and Saturday nights. When the, you know, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen except during the working season when everybody had some money. When the money was flowing, you know, in the wintertime, everybody, it wouldn't hardly be nobody in town on the weekends because then nobody had no money. But after you started to work in the spring, and we had an elected policeman. He was elected, and then the night marshal was the same night marshal that we had until I left that place. And I guess because it didn't have had a policeman, had a chief of police, and then the night marshal, he stayed the same person forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. He didn't, I guess he was hired. I don't know. I don't know how that worked. I never did even ask. But the night marshal would bring him up there and lay him on a pew. And it'd be 10 or 12 folks laid out on the pews in the justice court. That's why he brought the drunks, and some of them have knots on their heads now, but you know, some of them just drunk and caused some trouble or pulled a .22 pistol and shot somebody, shot at somebody. But they didn't carry them to jail. They just laid them up there on them pews. They'd bring them in there and they'd be passed out. Oh man. And then on Monday mornings, that's where the farmers would go get their labor. They'd all be sitting up on them pews, and they go in there and pay the fine and carry them to the field. And it was black people laying on the pews and white people laying on the pews. It was farm labor. It was the farm labor.
I didn't have, but that little old first town I worked in 91 when I started, that little old town didn't have 1,200 people in it. I only had 3 cells in that. All 3 of them was back there in the garage.
Yeah, in the garage.
It's in the garage. We parked the squad cars, and they had old flat. It wasn't even round bar cells. It's old flat metal cells. You know, look like something you put a line in at the zoo.
Right.
And 2 of them cells back there, we only used 2 cells, even though we had 3, because I had to have a night jailer to watch them clowns. You know, somebody had to be there. So the night jailer used the 3rd cell for his bunk.
There you go.
But yeah, so.
Well, that was a jail. That was a jail in the town I lived in. I mean, I know where I can picture the jail right now, but they didn't ever use it. They didn't ever put nobody in jail.
And that other little town I worked in, we had an office, but we didn't even have a jail down there. We took them down there to the county jail and put them in the county jail. But
the fire department, they always had some old person that lived in the city hall back there where they call the fire department. Had a volunteer fire department. And they had an old fella there that I can't remember his name. He was a good old fella. Man, we was all crazy about him. And he loved to play dominoes. And when we was in high school and college and all hanging out, hanging out in town, around town, we run out of something to do. We'd go by there and if his light was on in his little old bedroom, we go and knock on his door, and he lived right beside the fire truck. We knock on that door, and he was glad to see us, and we play dominoes. It'd be 5 or 6 of us in there, taking turns playing him, dominoes. And it would never, somebody be about to beat him, and it would never fail. That damn fire whistle, somebody call in there and holler fire. I know that's funny how you remember that kind of stuff. I ain't thought about that in golly 50 years. They playing dominoes, and all he had to do is stand up and pull some kind of mash a button or something. I don't know how I can't remember how he did it, but it set the siren off.
Yeah, I had a little old lever I had to pull.
And wake everybody up in town, all the volunteer firemen. And we go back to playing dominoes. Because he didn't ride on no truck. All he did was set the alarm out. All right, well, Missy want to talk about tying ties and catching trout.
Oh yeah, she want me to tie jigs. I don't know. I had to put the jig tying table up to have room to put my Christmas tree up.
Uh-oh.
Hell, I don't need to tie those jigs. I ain't fishing. I can't tell you when last time I went fishing crappies. I got to find a place to go. She said
talking about fishing with trout.
Yeah.
I ain't never cared nothing about eating no trout. I ain't never been able to find a way that they tasted like fish.
Yeah, it's different. They ain't got trout in Mississippi, do they?
I knew a fella one time named Trout, Mr. Trout. No, but I done caught a bunch of them up in Arkansas up there in that cold water up northwest Arkansas, but I ain't never been able to eat them where they tasted fit to eat.
I was telling him while he's gone, I watched it over on TV up here at that crappie house. He in there catching some crappies. He's on the one in there.
But now they fun to catch. But skipjack's fun to catch too, and it's about like catching a trout to me. I got to, you can turn a skipjack into a nice catfish. And that trout, I ain't never been able to turn it into nothing fit to eat. And I probably made a bunch of folks mad now, Dave Smith too. I reckon we'd run everybody off. We'd run everybody off tonight, bring one set in and run them off, bring another set in and run them off.
Well, they get bored soon enough, come back.
All you pothead, fly tying black folks, drunks, need to go somewhere. How about that?
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
Hog leg running a race on trying.
Well, no, we ain't run them all. We still got 13 in here listening to this nonsense. They must be desperate. Oh, Lord.
I'm glad to see Tim. I ain't seen Tim around, and of course I've been out of touch here in the last 3 or 4 days. My brother-in-law been here from Texas, and I've been riding him around. I hadn't been on the internet at all. I was in. I woke up Monday morning talking to Hogleg show.
I see you on there.
Sitting at the kitchen table.
Mm-hmm.
And they was all got up complaining about I woke them all up, and I was in the other end of the house. I said, Lord have mercy, y'all it's time to get up anyway. Hey, so I got CP contracted to kill me a deer, and I put in a special order with him. Hey, Chris. Oh yeah. Just say something interesting.
I may
I
have
got
to.
I got CP contracted to kill me a deer, and I'm getting a third sausage, a third hamburger meat, the tenderloin separate, and the rest of it cut up into stew meat.
I may have to contract me somebody to catch some fish.
And I did this about 2 weeks ago, and it's like he disappeared. Because he said when I was talking to him about it, he said, "Oh yeah, I do that for you, Coach. There won't be no trouble." Look, he disappeared. That boy can't kill no damn deer. I might get out here and run over one, I reckon. I wonder how much a good bumper costs for my truck, where when I hit them, it won't tear my truck completely up.
Replace it more in the bumper.
Yeah, that's what
I,
I'm. That's what I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna fix me. I'm gonna go up here and buy me a bumper for my truck, and that come out cheaper.
well, I got to tell you, if you do that, I want you to video it that way, man, hog leg, and put it on the show. Oh my God!
I can't believe. I figure CP be in here by now. I ought to call that joke and tell him I'm lying.
You know, I used to kill a deer or two every year, and that ain't no lie. Now, I used to kill one every year, at least one, and sometimes two. There at the last, when I retired and I had time to hunt more, and I ate more at home because I wasn't eating out all the time.
Yeah.
I'd kill two, and and I killed many a deer now. I think all the times that I killed a deer, all the deer I've killed over the years, I probably only shot one time with uh, a gun that had a scope on it. All the rest of them I shot open sights, killed them.
Yeah, I hunted with a shotgun and a 30-30. That's what I
Yeah.
use.
Last one I killed with a 30-30 lever action.
And I was telling my brother-in-law, that's what he's doing here well, he done killed a couple in Texas this year, but he's here hunting with some of his friends he grew up with. And this kid was born when Kay and I were seniors in high school.
I killed many a deer. Many of those deer I killed with a 223 rifle.
A 223, a 223. I had a 223.
I killed a 7-point. I got his rack up here on the
223. Yeah, 223
stand.
shoots
Yeah.
real. It shoots forever and ever and ever.
I
It don't
got a
shoot.
little.
Shoots a long way. I bought a 223 one time.
I killed one time with a single shot 223 rifle. Dropped him graveyard dead. I went down to Academy. I stopped in the Academy to get me a couple packages of jigs. That's when I used to get the fish. And I had a little old rifle up there, a little single shot as a kid, it's a youth model rifle. Made for a kid. I looked at it. I thought on the while I went and did my lure shopping. Anyway, I think it's like $200 for that gun. I went back and bought that gun. Didn't even have scope on it. Just had open sights on it. I brought that gun home, and my nephew, he's about 13, 14, maybe 15 years old. He's in high school. He must have been about 15 years old. And I brought that in the house. What's that? So I bought a gun. He opened that thing up, looked at it. He said, man, he said, this is a kid's gun. I said, yeah, it's a youth model gun. He said, well, what you going to do with this? I said, I'm going to kill me a deer with it. Man, you ain't going to kill no deer, little old bitty kid's gun. I said, son, that may be a kid's gun, but there's a man shooting it. Don't you forget it.
Uh-oh.
So, opening weekend, they's big deer hunters. So the place we had is kind of small. So anyway, I told Daddy, I said, let them fools go hunting. I said, they go to school Monday, I'll go out there and kill a deer. Well, I knew there's a 7-point running around out there. And I got out there in the deer stand. I sat there about 30 minutes. Here come that joker chasing the doe. I seen her coming out, crawling on the fence, and here he come right behind her. And he's watching her. He didn't even know I was even there. He walked across that pasture, and I got the gun up to my shoulder and everything, and got myself rocked over in a position where I could look down them sights. And he walked out there, and he did. I hollered, "Hey, deer!" And he stopped, threw his head up, and looked. I pulled the trigger and dropped him flat. I pancaked him.
That was a fast bullet. I didn't have a 223. I had a 22-250.
Yeah, my dad had one of those too. We killed him.
That's the gun I bought.
Deer with that gun. But I told we got that deer and got field dressed and everything. I was gonna take it down there to the deer processor. And it's on the way, so I went to old country school my nephew went to. I said, it's about almost time for them kids to go to lunch. I said, let's stop by the school with this deer real quick. She laughed. She said, all right. Because they've been ragging me all week. I wasn't going to kill no deer, that little old gun. So we stopped by the school, and when she went in and got Colton, he come walking out there, and he looked back and seen that 7-point laying in the back of the truck. He shook his head. He walked around the side, the passenger side. I rolled down the window. I said, yeah. I said, that ain't bad for an old crippled blind man with a kid's gun, is it, son?
There you go.
He didn't say that about my gun from then on. That was the last talking about my gun.
Yeah, that's 22-250. That's what I had. Yeah. But anyway, I got in the order to Alvin kind of dogging you a little bit.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Tell the fella something. And if I thought I could go pick up some free meat at the zoo and get by with it, I may try it.
Yeah.
Alvin Lewis, you know what Alvin Lewis bad about, don't you?
What's that?
Alvin Lewis come in chat the other day and said he'd been out fishing. I told him at the grocery store it didn't count. That's what got his crawl.
Okay.
Come in there on Tuesday and talking about, might have been last Thursday, he's talking about fishing. I said, grocery store don't count.
The grocery store don't count. Come on, Alvin. Don't be picking on Troy.
You know Alvin Lewis ain't been fishing. You know what? I don't ever see no pictures of Alvin and his fish. All I see is a bunch of words. I don't see no pictures.
Well, he's your mini-me or whatever you call it. He's your conscience. He's your conscience.
That's like him telling everybody he didn't eat sweets. He only eat them for his grandkids.
Okay, Lance. See you later, bud. Thank you for stopping by, man.
Go to work in the morning. I sure don't miss those days. You know, they never would let me work the morning shift when I worked for the police. I don't think I hardly ever worked the morning shift. Chief said he didn't want me around the mayor and the city council. I made too damn much trouble.
Yeah, you know, too much trouble. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can just about imagine.
Oh my lord!
I don't know what CP is. I ain't seen him. I sent him a text message and told him I was live.
We had an old guy uh, named John Merritt, and he was the city judge. He got to be judge down there. He 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 always wanted the magistrate, and when he got to be mayor, and he's still doing the city judging. He told us, he said, you get somebody arrested, you call me, I'll come down to the magistrate for you. And I told him, I said, now, Mayor, I said, you know, I work the night shift. It may be 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I may be dragging somebody back here in this cell. You sure you want to get out of the? Oh yeah, he said. I want to fulfill my judging duties. He want to judge is what he want to do. See, so well, he had the gout all the time. He always had a gout flare up. He'd limp around there with a gout, and he couldn't hardly walk. Anyway, we rested some drunk about 2 o'clock in the morning, driving drunk. Oh, Chief told me, he said, you call Mr. Merritt and you let John magistrate now. That's what he wants us to do. All right, so I called that old goat about 2 o'clock in the morning. Told him I had a prisoner I was supposed to bring down there to the office if he wanted to meet me, the magistrate. And I said, now, Judge, I go and take him down to county jail and JP get him in the morning. No, I'll be there in a few minutes. He coming in there limping around. I thought I was going to have to get up and let him have a wheelchair for a minute. You know, he sat down there and he went back there in the office, put his robe on, sat down there and got himself all adjusted. What's this man in here for? I said, well, he's driving drunk. All right. He said he won't give us a breath sample. He said, well, we're going to draw blood on him. I'm going to sign the warrant. Take him down there to the hospital and get blood drawn on him. They took him down there to the hospital. It's probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning time we got done with all that. Got him back down to the office and got him magistrated. He was drunk. He said, well, I think I'll go home, get Mama up, his wife, see if she'll fix some biscuits and gravy. And I said, now, Judge, I said, I hate to be the one to give man of the robe any advice, but I said, that biscuits and gravy is not fixing to help that gout any. And he looked at me and he smiled. He said, no, son. He said, it don't, but the show gonna taste good.
Yeah, it's gonna sure taste good.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. No doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
That Johnny Small Pepper. I wonder is he still got any guts left?
I don't see how them people eat that old hot stuff.
He sure eats it though.
He sure does.
I ain't posted this thing. It might be some folks who want to come up here.
I'll post it.
Yeah, it might be some folks who want to come up here. Hardly, Steve, he said. Look at that. Boy, that scoundrel know he can eat some of that hot stuff. God.
Well, I guess we're going to have to get with Boss Hogg and see if we can get a cardboard going. Stan's trying to get me to get on there with him today and test his out. And I had other projects going on. And I told my wife and I wanted to watch a Hallmark Christmas movie tonight. I tried to take a little bit of time watch TV with my wife. I don't want to get run off. But he wanted me to get on there tonight, and I told him I wasn't going to get on there tonight. I guess we're going to have to get with Hog Leg and try to get back on there and see if we can see what y'all got anything improved.
Yeah, I'm all for it anytime. Yeah, Johnny, all in the prep. I don't know nothing about prepping for eating that hot stuff you eat. What's the old saying he used to say? You must be trying to be funny. What was it they used to tell me? He said, you must be trying to be funny. There's comedians starving to death every day, and you trying. Well, I can't remember how that goes. That's been a long time. That's an old daddy joke. I can't remember a long time ago. How are you prepping? Are you prep to eat the hot peppers? Is that what you mean, Johnny?
Well, yeah, he's either drinking a half a gallon of milk or Pepto Bismol or taking X-Lax so he can get that out of there quick. One of the three.
I didn't know you could prep to eat that stuff. I didn't know. I know I never seen anybody can eat that stuff like he can do it.
Well,
That's one thing I know.
I never will forget when Mike Turner eat them hot chips like that boy's crazy.
Well, you know where he got them, don't you? From my partner CP.
Yeah, I know it. I thought that boy was gonna pass out.
CP will try to kill you if you ain't careful. Look, man. 20 years ago, it's been at least 20 years ago. When I was in the Brotherhood of Catfishermen, we used to meet up all the time in big groups and catfish on the Mississippi River, all the way up and down the Mississippi River, all the way from Tennessee down to down in Louisiana. And it'd be 15, 20 of us would camp and fish. And we were up north in Tennessee, up above Memphis. And where I don't know where CP got this damn stuff, but a fella made the meal. The Saturday night meal was gonna be chili. This guy was gonna make chili, and he did make chili. And CP brought this bottle of stuff, and I don't know whether he made it or he bought it. I don't know, but I put my finger on the top of the bottle and touched my tongue. And I don't know if anybody knows what Dave's Insanity Sauce is, but it was worse than Dave's Insanity Sauce. And I said, Charles, don't put this out there for nobody. He said, I ain't gonna put it out there for just anybody, but somebody's gonna want some of this hot sauce. And sure enough, this fella down there at the end, they had Tabasco on the table. They had Louisiana Red Hot, and they had one other kind of hot sauce. I don't remember what it was. And this fella sitting at the end of the table down there said, y'all ain't got anything hotter than this Tabasco? And he said, I like hot food. CP come up with this little bottle of stuff. I said, man, I knew what was speaking time. But CP been doing that stuff for years now. He didn't just start with Mike Turner. You know, he burnt Mike Turner up with the peanuts. And Mike Turner fell for, a month later, he fell for whatever, that gummy bear, whatever it was CP sent up there to him. And that whatever it was, CP sent that second time like to kill that boy.
I know it did. I know it did.
And anyway, they're sitting at that chili table that night. This boy took that bottle of CP, handed him, and he hit it about 4 licks. CP leaned over there at me, and he said, he's going to fall out of that chair. That man got up and carried that bowl of chili and threw it in that big garbage can over there by the thing. He couldn't eat it. He ate one bite, and that's all he ate. He took one bite of that bowl of chili, And we were sitting there. I was sitting there watching him right beside Charles. And the man picked that bowl up and carried the paper bowl and carried it with a spoon and all and dumped it in the garbage and left. He couldn't. I mean, it burned him that bad. I don't know what the stuff was CP had.
Oh my God.
But CP he's an expert at trying to mess somebody up like that. But now I put Johnny Small Pepper up against anybody.
He said, I got pulled over in Marfa, Texas. Police officer made me go to the judge right then. He's either pay him in cash or spend the weekend in jail. Well, you know, when I was working for the police, when I first started working with police, and we wrote a ticket to somebody, and we cut them loose. I never carried anybody to the judge unless it was an arrestable offense, even if they were from out of state. But if you didn't pay your ticket on time or didn't contact the court about paying your ticket, I'd go to your job with 2 or 3 policemen and we'd arrest you on your job and take you back to the magistrate. Now, I did that a lot. Many times when I go to somebody's job and pick them up and take them to the magistrate. But then when I worked the second police job, we had something called Omni. And it was all automated. And if you didn't pay your ticket, I didn't have to go pick you up at your job or your house or your church or wherever I was going to pick you up at. You just couldn't renew your driver's license. When your driver's license expired, they put a hold on it. And they confiscate your old license at the DMV, and you couldn't get a license until you settled your tickets. Ruined all my fun because I didn't get to go arrest nobody anymore. It worked. And I think a lot of places still use Omni today. And that was a big change from back then because Omni was basically it was like a collection agency. If you didn't pay your ticket, you couldn't get a license. You couldn't get a license. You couldn't get a fishing license. In fact, the last year I worked, I don't even think you could get a marriage license if you owe tickets.
Well, that's the way it ought to be. Really and truly. Hey, Johnny, I see you said Dave's insanity sauce is crazy hot. How does it compare to that stuff that you eat, that I see you eating? Those chocolate and Carolina Reapers and all that. How does Dave's insanity sauce compare to all that stuff as far as heat?
I'll be right back.
Okay. I just saw that he knew what that was. I'm interested to know from a professional hot food eater. Because I just can't see anybody eating anything any hotter than Dave's insanity sauce. I mean, hell. I put 1 drop of it in 2.5 gallons of chili, and if I had put 2 drops in it, it'd been too hot to eat.
I don't use a lot of hot sauce.
Oh man, I don't either.
I like Tabasco sauce.
I can eat Tabasco sauce, and I can put a lot of Tabasco sauce on scrambled eggs.
I like Tabasco sauce. I like the taste of Tabasco sauce.
But if it gets much hotter than that, I can't handle it.
I'll use it in chili, and I'll put some on my beans sometime, and I'll put some on eggs sometime. But I don't, I don't really care for
Hey, Jody.
what's wrong with a through unpaid traffic tickets. Well, first thing, it's against the law. Uh, Second thing, it's against the law. And third thing, it's against the law.
It's against the law.
Yeah. Uh,
Jody in Tennessee, they don't have no laws in Tennessee. Not the part of Tennessee she's from, anyway.
Let me tell you something about that. Don't misunderstand. I didn't go spend a lot of time running everybody down that didn't pay a speed ticket. Don't misunderstand. But the jackass that told me that I'm not paying this ticket, you can rest assured I had his name in a little black book, and when his name come up on the docket and he didn't pay it, he went to jail. So, so moral of the story is, if you're mad at a cop because he wrote you a ticket, don't tell him I'm just not going to pay this, because he'll show up at your door. And don't do that. Or give you a cussing after the fact and they didn't pay it, you can rest assured that I wrote that name down and that person got arrested.
We went out there to, I had a grandson that was playing in the World Series a few years ago down at Dallas. And they played, it was a big deal, man. They played all down a bunch of different towns around Dallas, in Dallas, around, I don't know where all we went to watch all them ball games. But they got them damn, what you call them cameras that get your tag number when you're speeding and this and that and the other.
Oh, yeah.
It's all on the camera. And I stayed pretty basically in the motel. And my wife went to all the functions. It wasn't just the ball games. I went to all the ball games, but I didn't go to all them functions that's involved with this World Series for these 13-year-olds. They got home run derbies and they got, I don't know, they got all kind of stuff. So they would leave and I'd stay at the motel. There was a bunch of them stay. It wasn't just me at the motel. It was a bunch of them, but they would all leave and go to these things. And Kay would ride with other people to go, to these other functions to watch them. Look, a week or two after they got home, they started getting speeding tickets in the mail.
Uh-huh.
What? Yeah, they was going through cameras and stuff, going too fast or whatever, and they could run the tag, I guess, and of course they get your home address and all. They send them speeding tickets in the mail. And I thought to myself, because I drove some of that, in Dallas and Fort Worth, and how in the world you get a speeding ticket? Because if you ain't speeding, you'll get run over. I just wonder if the local folks are getting tickets too.
Well, probably not.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah.
Because them folks will run over you out there if you ain't speeding.
I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that local folks got tickets like everybody else.
Yeah, they sorting through them. They sorting through them damn cameras that they picking who they're gonna send a ticket to.
But I'm gonna tell you that a lot of those people, local people, just not get those tickets. Alvin Lewis, you better ask Jody to cook you a pizza. He want my debit card number so he can get a pizza. Ain't that something? You see what he put there? Troy, give me your debit card so I can order a pizza.
I saw that. Give me your address, Alvin, and I'll send you a picture.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. I forgot to pay mine on a Thursday. I remembered it and paid it the next Monday. A week later, I got a letter saying they were taking my license. It took me a couple of weeks to get it sorted. Uh, well, that's the way they do now. They just take your license. Uh, uh, it's all automated now. But back then, we went and picked you up, and I'd have 3 days of a month, uh, 2 Mondays of a month where I would go spend 4 hours picking people up to pay the tickets, and we'd ride around in a van with a cage in it and go get 4 or 5 of them and take them to the magistrate. That's the way we did it.
Hey, let me ask you. I gotta ask somebody. I gotta ask the chat this. And Molina, now Tim Molina's Spanish. He don't know.
God, Steve.
I don't know if there's any Italians. Are there any Italians? Does anybody know what in here know what Lonza is? Lonza. Lonza. Well, Tim's last name ends in A, but he's not Italian. Lonza. Lonza. Does anybody know what it is?
No.
And I ain't talking about the look on Google. I'm talking about, do you know what Lonza is? Lonza. Lonza.
Sound like something you take for diarrhea.
No. I'm talking about good food. I'm talking about good groceries.
I ain't never had it. Don't know what that is.
Well, your last name don't even come close to being Italian. Jody said it's a cough suppressor.
Not. Oh my God.
Well, the Italians call it Lonza. Lonza.
Oh my God.
Well, it could be muscle. It's pork tenderloin. I guess that is a muscle, Tim. You may be onto something. The Italians call it Lonza. Lonza. This ain't fancy food. This is expensive damn food, but it ain't fancy.
Well,
Huh?
that food. I broke the diet today.
Uh-oh.
Woo.
I don't guess there's anybody in here I don't reckon anybody knows what it is. When I was teaching school, of course, I'm from a town that was 30 or 40% Italian, and it was a small town. And I knew what I got to help. Don't count out the Spanish guy, coach. Hey, that's right, Tim. I got to help make Lonza several times with some of my Italian buddies. And it's an old traditional food that they make, and they take 2 tenderloins, pork tenderloins, and they trim most of the fat off of it. And in the middle, they put garlic. They put some garlic pods between them, and they coat everything coated in olive oil. And they coat the inside of it with black pepper. Both of them is coated with black pepper, and I'm talking about coated. They put black pepper on after the olive oil, and then they put some more olive oil and more black pepper, and then you tie them real tight together, and you got a thing that's a foot long, 1.5 feet long, and it's coated with black pepper. and you tie 'em tight as, I mean, tight, with good string, and you hang them for so many weeks, so many months, and it cures meat and it dries it out, and then they slice it real thin. You slice it just really thin, paper thin, and it is just about good as you won't get. Well, to my taste, I love it. I love Lonza. My wife loves it, but it's a delicacy. You see nobody in here even knows what it is, and I bet I could go in a lot of chat rooms and wouldn't nobody know what it was. So when I was teaching school, it was a few Italian kids that were in our little private school. No, this ain't marinated. They ain't this. This is strictly cured in the old country, old ways, from back in the early 1800s. And one of the kids brought me some Lonza one day. He said, "Coach Adams, we brought you some. I brought you some. I wanted you to try." And it was wrapped up in paper, greasy down paper. And I unwrapped it and I said, "Katie, that's Lonza." And she looked at me like, "What? How do you know what that is?" I said, "That's Lonza." I said, "Lord have mercy, girl. You ain't going to have no trouble in my class." And she was amazed that I knew what it was. And I didn't eat it all. In fact, I brought a couple of pieces of it home to Kay. And I was about six, 7 pieces in the little package. Well, anyway, I went to yesterday with my brother-in-law. We were on our way back to Greenville to the house, and I said, "Damn, Craig," I said, "we this close." I said, "Let's go out here to the grocery store and eat dinner." And I know you ready to eat. That boy can eat 4 meals a day. I said, "Let's go out here. I might see some of my old partners I ain't seen in a year or two." Well, this is this girl's daddy runs this grocery store. And they have a big dinner crowd. They serve a big lunch crowd and all. It's just a country store, but it's famous in this part of the country. And we went in there, and I ain't seen these folks since 2010, 2011, something like that. And they busy as bee, and I'm standing up there. No, I mean Lonza, Lonza. That's how the Italians spell it, Tim. There, well, you put an O on it, but they put an A on it. But anyway, when he looked at me, and he says, "I got Lonza." Anyhow, I bought it. They selling it through the grocery store there in the meat box, other than hot lunches and it's just $15 a pound. And I said, "What you got left over there?" And he said, "Let me weigh it." And he had the girl over there weigh it, and it was a pound. I bought me a pound of Lonza. And golly, man, you talking about good. It's good stuff. And it's when I was eating it back in the day, when I was back in my 30s, when we made it with my buddies back home, we made homemade bread, homemade Italian bread, cooked it out in the oven outside, the old brick ovens that were built in the backyards of all the Italian families. And we'd make that homemade bread and take that Lonza and you sharpen that knife, and then you sharpen the knife again, and then you got it sharp. and you slice it real thin, paper thin. And of course, when the man cut mine yesterday, he told that girl, he said, you can't get that meat slicer too thin for Lonzo now. And I want you to cut this man's Lonzo thin, thin, thin. And oh, that's some good stuff. It's good. It is good. And I ate it last night, and I ate it again today. I love it. No, it's Lonza, Tim. Now that's how the Italians spell it. Now I don't know. Lonza, some good stuff. And buddy, you better be ready for some black pepper. But it's cured black pepper, and it's been sitting there in that olive oil and meat for several months, and it's good stuff. And it's not cooked. It's nothing. No heat has been put to it. It's strictly olive oil to cook it, and the black pepper will cook it. Well, it probably is, but no salt. It don't have any salt on it, Tim. Ain't no salt.
Well, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm finna have a cooking show now.
Well, get Jody to co-host with you.
No, Jody ain't gonna come up here for no cooking show. But now I can teach Jody something about cooking that she can handle, where you ain't gotta light no fire.
Oh my God.
Well, y'all get us a driving show up. I want to see if I can go with y'all.
Well, we gotta have to get a hold of that hog.
Well, Hoghead will be on in the morning, but then he's
Well, I
off.
won't be on in the morning.
No, me neither. He'll be off the rest of the week. I sat up listening to him this morning.
Yeah, I'll get him. Like I said, Stan wanted me to get on there tonight, but
Hey, Uptown, Chris and Brian. All right, Jody, I'm gonna give you a recipe that'll knock you out.
oh Lord, I'm going before you give her that. I see you.
All right, thank you for coming up, Troy.
Jody, don't be taking no advice. You're gonna get in trouble. Bye.
Jody, I'm gonna give you a recipe that'll knock you out. You want to hear it? You just tell me yes or no. If you don't want to hear it, I won't tell you. Yes, okay. You want to come up here where you can see me face to face or not? I'm going to put it up here. Now, Jody, if you want to come up here and write this down, there's the link. And otherwise, I'll just give it to you. You tell me whether, I don't know whether you're coming up here or not. But I'm going to give you a recipe that does not require you to cut the fire on. And I guarantee you'll like it. And any man that you're trying to rope in will like it. Yeah, sure. You can stay on your icon. I don't care if somebody comes up here and tries to interrupt the show. I'll just go to bed. Yeah, I'm sitting up here spitting tobacco. I don't see what being on the icon causes any problem. All right, you ready? Jody.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah.
All right. You want to hear this recipe that is that'll
Let
that
me
is
get some pen and paper.
do I?
Let me get some pen and paper.
Okay.
There's pen and there's paper. All righty.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right. All right, you get you a pound or two of sirloin.
What kind of sirloin? Like beef?
Sirloin, that's beef.
All
Sirloin.
right.
Sirloin. Sirloin.
Okie dokie.
And you get you a sharp knife.
Okay.
All right, and you cut it. You cut it in long strips, not over an eighth of an inch thick.
1/8 inch or less.
1/8 inch or less
Yeah.
thick. Thin as you can cut it.
Okay.
All right, and then you cut those long strips into 2 inches long pieces.
Okay.
All right, and you spread them all out in a big platter, in a big dish, in a big bowl.
Yeah.
Takes a pretty good sized bowl for a pound or two of sirloin stripped up like that.
Okay.
You get your bottle of wishbone Italian.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a salad dressing.
Yeah. Okay. Before you do that, you got these things all spread out. They ain't gonna be completely spread out, but spread out pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Because you ain't gonna have a bowl big enough to spread out that much meat. But you're gonna put some pepper on them, black pepper.
Okay.
Hey, well, let me ask you this: do you have a favorite dry seasoning? A favorite
No,
dry seasoning?
I don't cook with seasonings.
Okay. All right. Well, you're gonna put some. I like black pepper,
Okay.
and I like some garlic powder, not garlic salt, now garlic powder,
Okay.
and or maybe some onion powder,
Okay.
and you might want to put a little oh any other kind of seasoning that you might like. You got to stay away from anything salt.
Hmm.
Just the plain might like maybe barbecue seasoning. You might like
I
that. I don't know. Whatever you might like, flavors
I
you
just
might.
like plain food.
Okay.
Lard and salt and pepper.
Okay. Well, but now don't put salt on it.
Okay.
Pepper, and garlic salt. Garlic powder, onion powder. You know what I'm talking about? Powder, not
Yeah.
salt. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you pour this. You shake that. You shake that wishbone up good. Take that plastic uh, thing out of the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know it's got that plastic in there that's going.
Yeah.
Get that off there with a pair of needle nose pliers or a good kitchen knife or something, and pop that off of there
Okay.
and shake it up good. So, cause see when you're dealing with that little old bitty hole up there, it won't let your seasoning out. You'll end up with the seasoning still stuck inside the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
And get
Okay.
that little clear plastic thing with a little hole. Get it out of there and shake it up good and pour it over it. Submerge it. Submerge it. Get it under it.
Okay. Coat it.
No. Submerge it.
What do you mean submerge it?
Get it
That's
under it.
underwater.
That's right. That's exactly right. It's got to be, well, I forget that word, but it's all the way under it. Can't
Okay.
be getting
Is you
no
gonna
air to the
boil it?
meat. Huh?
We're gonna boil it?
No. Yeah, we're going to boil it, but we ain't going to use no fire.
Okay.
You're going to submerge it. Don't coat it. Submerge it.
Okay.
You don't want any air getting to the meat.
All right.
And you leave it at room temperature for 3 or 4, 5 hours before you go to bed, and then put it in the refrigerator. Before you go to bed, put it in the refrigerator.
Okay.
Leave it outside for 3 or 4 hours under this wishbone Italian salad dressing.
Yep.
And then put it in the refrigerator when you get to go to bed. And then in the morning, get it out. It's going to be congealed all on top. That wishbone's going to congeal up there on top. It's going to look like hell. Get it out of the refrigerator and stir it. Stir it up. Kind of stir it up. Shake it up and get it moving around where it don't look so bad. Just right down where it don't look so bad. And if you're going to eat it at lunch, just leave it on the counter. If you're going to eat it that evening, you know, it's at supper, I call it. Dinner, a lot of upscale folks call dinner, you know, at nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
That's supper to me. But if you're going to eat it at supper, put it back in the refrigerator. But if you're going to eat it for lunch, you just take a toothpick and stick down there and get your piece of that meat and eat it.
I don't know. It sounds complicated.
What? Complicated? What do you mean?
Yeah. That sounds like a hard.
No, Jody. No, man. You ain't lit no fire. You ain't done nothing. You just cut the meat up and put the stuff on it and cover it up with wishbone Italian
Mm-hmm.
and marinate it. You marinate it and then eat it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I'm telling you what. Now, you probably won't like it, but some of these folks that's listening to this, they gonna try it and they gonna love it. But you need to use a deer meat is probably better than sirloin.
I don't have any
Venison,
deer meat.
huh?
I don't have anything in the house.
Well, sirloin, you know, you go in and they sirloin, you know, when you cook it, it's pretty tough, but it's pretty lean. And but this is great, and venison works really, really, really good with this. And you don't cook it; you let that olive oil and that vinegar cook it, and with the seasoning, and it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah, you submerge it. That's submerged. There you go, Chrissy.
There's no way I'll be able to make that. And it
Jody,
turned out.
Jody,
Yeah.
Jody, you can't mess it up.
Trust me, I can.
It ain't but 2 ingredients, and that's wishbone Italian. Now,
It's a lot of work.
now, if now when I make it, I don't use wishbone Italian. I use vinegar and olive oil.
Oh yeah.
But because I know how to mix it. But for you would use wishbone Italian, which is a good substitute for
I've
vinegar.
used it before on chicken in the oven.
Yeah, but you don't cook this now.
Yeah.
You just soak this under. It's what's that? I'm trying to remember that word. It's a word for it when you anaerobic or something like that.
Yeah.
You can't let any oxygen get to the sirloin. You thin slice of sirloin.
Yeah.
You put it in a big bowl, a big bowl, big wide bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to be a real deep bowl, but and then you put your pepper on it. Pepper's the first ingredient. The next ingredient is your other dry seasoning that you like, other than salt. You don't put salt in there.
Okay.
Garlic powder, onion powder. That's all. And then you shake it up, shake your wishbone up, and put it in there, and submerge the meat in it, and leave it at room temperature for 3 or 4 hours. As long as the meat's submerged, it's got to be under the juice. And then you put it in the refrigerator, and the next day you get it out. And if you want to eat it for lunch, you leave it on the counter till lunch, and then you just eat it.
Well,
No, don't.
I might try it.
You don't cover it when you put it in the refrigerator.
Yeah.
No, you don't cover it, Tim. You can. It don't matter because it's not gonna cook. It's cooking, but it's. Do you realize? I guess most of these people in here, when you cook food, when you cook meat, listen to me, Jody.
I'm listening.
When you cook meat, all you're doing is drying it out. That's what you're doing is drying it out. You're replacing the blood with heat. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So what you're doing with this marinating process that I'm doing, you're replacing the blood with vinegar, pepper, olive oil, garlic salt. I mean garlic powder, onion powder, paprika, whatever. All you're doing is replacing the blood in the meat, the moisture in the meat. The moisture is the blood. That's what you're replacing. When you cook meat, all you're doing is drying it out. Did you know that? Did you know that, Jody?
What?
That when you
Did I know
cook
what?
meat, all you're doing is drying it out.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
It's
So there you are. So
it's
how
it's
did
just
it? How? Let me ask. Huh?
it's like putting your clothes in the dryer.
Yeah, you're just getting the moisture out the clothes. But now, okay, now that's a good. Now, really, you making a joke, but you can also hang your clothes outside and let the sun and the wind dry them too.
Yeah, I've done that.
So there's
Hanging
more than
out on
one.
the line.
So there's more than one way to dry the clothes.
Yeah.
Well, there's more than one way to cook the meat.
Huh. I guess you're right.
And it ain't. Don't say. I guess you're right. I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't know what I was talking about, girl. I wouldn't mess you up. I wouldn't.
I trust you.
Yeah, there you go. Please do, because I wouldn't.
I do.
I wouldn't tell you something that wasn't. Now it might not. It might not fit your taste because I can imagine you don't eat spice. You probably don't even know what Italian food's supposed to taste like.
I've been places and tried it and didn't like it. Like that charcuterie stuff. All them
Oh, gollies.
meats
I
and
can
cheeses.
live.
I don't like none of that.
Well, see, I can live off of that kind of food.
Not me. We have a different palate.
There you go. That's exactly right. Everybody does.
You acquire a taste for things the more you eat it.
Yeah. Garlic, man, I can eat garlic. Ooh, I love garlic. Rosemary, I can't get enough of it. And but you know, you might not like it, but it's somebody you know probably will love it, and they'll think you
Yeah.
the world famous cook. Then you got problems.
Yeah. And nobody even tried.
Yeah, man. But You know, they do fish like that. And some of these guys, some of these folks in the chat, I think they call it ceviche or ceviche. The way they do fish like that. And I finally forced myself to eat some fish
Mm-hmm.
like that, and it's called ceviche.
I think I've heard of that.
And soluble. I don't know, Tim. You too damn intelligent for me. But I had to make myself eat some of it one time, and boy, I loved it. It was good. And they had it done with that ceviche was. I think they just used some kind of vinegar. There
Yeah.
wasn't any oil involved. I don't believe. Ceviche is good. Yeah. Well, this
See,
is.
I don't even like sauerkraut. I rinsed my sauerkraut off so it ain't so sour.
Oh, you don't like it?
I don't like sour stuff. Like I'll rinse it off to make it not be so sour, then cook it.
Well, but see, my sauerkraut that I make, you don't cook it.
Mm-hmm.
The fermented sauerkraut, the fermented cabbage. I'm fixing to make some. First of next week, I'm gonna make 7-8 pounds of it. And because I eat it a gallon at a time, I eat too much of it. I love it.
Right.
But
I mostly just eat the weenies out of the sauerkraut.
well, mine's all fermented. There's no vinegar.
Yeah,
It's
it's
mine.
different kind of sauerkraut.
Yeah, mine is fermented, and it don't have any. It don't have any vinegar, nothing in it.
Hmm.
What's that? Ceviche? That yeah, they all talking about. They all know what ceviche is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's with fish, and that's the same process with fish. And you know, ain't nobody gonna eat no raw fish.
No.
Well, ceviche ain't never been over a fire. So
I really ain't a good cook.
You really are?
I ain't.
Oh, you ain't? Okay.
No. None of that's put on. It's the truth. I really can't cook.
Well, what I just told you is you want to impress some folks. And it don't require cooking, and it's real easy. Look, my wife wouldn't even think about eating a piece of deer meat 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you heard me telling Troy that I got CP on hire to kill me a whole deer.
Yeah.
And have it processed. And you know I'm gonna pay for it, of course, but I don't hunt anymore, so I got it. And you know who told me to do that? It wasn't me that told me to do that. It's Kay told me to do that.
Really? Wow.
Oh, she loves it because she loves my recipes that I cook it on.
Yeah.
Cook with it, and I learned it all growing up in an Italian community.
Mm-hmm.
And this right here is an Italian. That's where I learned how to do this.
Yeah.
But now I didn't learn ceviche from Italians. I learned that from the old redneck that must have heard it from a cousin or something. I don't know where he heard it.
Yeah.
But I liked it. I never have done it myself because I can't. I like fried fish too much to be eating it uncooked.
What's your favorite meal?
Spaghetti and meatball.
Me too. I love spaghetti.
And when Kate cooks it, look, my wife is a redneck just like I am.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was in high school, all the way till I got out of college, I ate Sunday dinner with an Italian family at least twice a month. My best friend.
Yeah.
And and Italians in here where I live, they eat spaghetti and meatballs. That's a staple at Sunday, the Sunday meal after church on Sunday. And then they'll have a fried chicken or a steak or pork chops. I mean, they all, but spaghetti and meatballs is there.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's a whole nother meal and then a big salad. And sometimes it might be a baked potato involved, but they don't they big on the main dish.
Yeah.
And I very seldom ever ate any steak. I very seldom ate any chicken. But man, I gobbled on them meatballs and that salad that they make. And Italians can make, the only people I know that can make a salad the way it can be a meal. And that you just can't, you can just eat it and keep eating and eat some more and some more until you turn green from eating. I love an Italian that can make that salad and the meatballs and the gravy. And when I got married in 1969, my wife couldn't even boil water. She couldn't even make instant coffee. And I'm just be honest, and she'll tell you that if she was sitting here.
Yeah.
But I got her to go with me over to Miss Marie's house, and for two Sundays, we went and ate lunch, ate Sunday dinner with the Italian family that I ate with all them years. And but we went over there, you know, they have mass in the morning, you know, and they would go to
Yeah.
7 o'clock mass and they'd be out of church at 8 o'clock. And then Miss Sabatini would go home and start cooking lunch. Well, I carried Kay over at 8 o'clock in the morning to their house and sat there and she watched Miss Sabatini and wrote all that stuff down to learn how to make meatballs and gravy like Miss Sabatini. Okay?
Okay.
And they don't put a tablespoon or a teaspoon. You put, and that's tastier. Yeah, that's enough. And they, you know, that's how a real cook can cook.
They
And
don't measure.
Kay learned how to do that. Now, of course, now Miss Sabatine was using homemade noodles too, but now we ain't gonna go that far. I wasn't gonna ask her to do that. But
Yeah.
she learned how to make that gravy and to make those meatballs. And we've been married since 1969, and she can't cook. She can't fry chicken. She can't make a decent roast where it's fit to eat.
Really?
I put her spaghetti and meatballs up and gravy against anybody that wants to have a contest. And it is delicious, and she can do it because
Mm-hmm.
she learned from the best, in my opinion. You know,
My
yeah.
mom makes really good spaghetti and meatballs.
Well, Tim,
Well, she don't make meatballs. It's just hamburger meat, and you put it in your sauce. It ain't a ball shape.
with Tim, when Kay makes meatballs, and when Miss Sabatini made meatballs back in the day, Miss Sabatini take like 4 or 5 days and make meatballs. And she'd cool them in room temperature and cool them in room temperature and cool them in room temperature. And she did that for 3, 4, 5 days to get those meatballs. I guess she called it just processing. And she had a big platter she put them on, like 4 dozen.
Yeah.
And she had 2 platters of them, and she'd have 8 dozen, and she didn't. And those meatballs, and then after she did that for 4 or 5 days, then she froze them in frozen, and then when she bring the meatballs out, Then she made the gravy and then cooked, and then of course she made the noodles on, the day before. She made the noodles on Saturday. All Italian women got together on Saturdays in little groups, and they all made noodles.
Huh.
And if you was lucky to know one of them well enough, you might be able to get some of them noodles to carry home and get your mama to put some ragu or something. If they didn't even make they didn't even make ragu when I was coming home. But they might throw some of that redneck spaghetti, But those noodles just make you want to jump off a bridge,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I never asked Kay to learn how to make, but I did ask her. That was one of the things I asked her to learn how to make meatballs and gravy, and she did. I'm proud of her for that. I reckon that's the reason I stayed married with her so many years.
Yeah.
And like I said, she can't even fry a damn chicken. But yeah, she can make some.
I wonder if many people even fry chicken anymore, if they just buy it in the bucket.
Oh yeah, there's still a lot of people. My next door neighbor over here, she's the same age as Kay and I, and she weighs about 110 pounds. Hell, I bet Sarah don't weigh 110 pounds. And she's a hell of a cook. I mean, she can cook. I mean, ain't no doubt that girl can cook. And yeah, she fries chicken, and hell, she cooks the roast and this fit to eat. I mean, hell, I've eaten a lot of her cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of people still cook, but yeah, that's
I
spaghetti.
used to be able to make roast. My problem is I ain't got nobody to cook for, so I don't cook anymore. And I know when I try to cook, I ain't no good at it now.
Well, I'm a good cook. I just don't like to cook. I mean, I learned from some of the best, and hell, I helped cook 150 rabbits one night.
Woo!
I helped cook 200 coons one night.
My goodness.
I helped cook 300 pounds of catfish one night. That's just the meat. That ain't counting the salad and all the other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I mean, I like it. I mean, I can cook.
Yeah.
But it's just certain things. I don't like cleaning up. I don't like going to the grocery store. I got some pictures. I don't know how. I wish I knew how to post pictures up here.
I don't know how to.
I don't know. I see them posting pictures, but I got a picture. I'll show right here. I may be able to show it on the screen. That's something I cooked this other day. Can I do it like this?
Hold the phone up. That's skewers. Shish kebab.
Yeah, that meat is deer meat.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and you notice in between each one of them pieces of deer meat, can you see the white in between every deer meat?
That's what, an onion or a garlic clove?
Hell no, that's bacon.
Bacon, the white?
Yeah, you put bacon in between every piece of that venison. You put bacon on either side of it. And when you cook it, that bacon keeps that venison moist.
Okay.
Deer meat. What?
I used to have cookouts when I'd have like all the stuff made up for kebabs, the meat and everything cut up, sitting in sauce, and people would make their own kebab and put it on the grill and eat it.
Yeah. Well, the way I do that is the night before. And Wishbone Italian is a redneck's friend.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of us can't get that mixture of vinegar and oil anywhere close to right.
Yeah.
So Kraft Wishbone Italian is our friend. But you cut your meat, you cut your bacon, and you marinate it in wishbone and Worcestershire sauce. Then all the vegetables that you cut up, mushrooms, tomatoes, onions, whatever vegetable you use, I like balsamic vinegar.
Okay.
And I use no salt.
No salt.
No salt. I don't put any salt on hardly anything I cook.
Well, what are you on a no salt diet, or you just don't use
No,
it?
no. The stuff that you're using to marinate in is all got salt in it already.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
high sodium.
it's already high sodium content. And
Yeah.
no, and if it's not salty enough, all you gotta do is put salt on it when you sit down to eat
Mm-hmm.
it. Shit, that
Yeah.
ain't rocket science. But I use a whirl of pepper now, red pepper and black pepper, and I marinate overnight. Nothing but balsamic vinegar and nothing but Worcestershire and wishbone Italian. And whatever your favorite dry seasoning is, you set salt and pepper on yours.
Yeah.
So when you put them on the skewers on the grill, then if salt and pepper is what you like, then you put salt and pepper on them and cook them. And I put that meat on there 5 minutes before I put the vegetables.
Hmm.
And those vegetables cook. In fact, I mean the meat cooks actually venison. People don't believe this and don't realize it, but venison is so lean that you watch the bacon. You don't watch the venison because the venison
Mm-hmm.
is done damn near quick as you put it on the fire.
Really?
Well, it's so lean, it dries quick.
Yeah.
And if you're not careful, you'll cook it too long and dry that venison out where it's not as good as it should be. So you watch that bacon, and as soon as that bacon starts dripping and your fire starts flaring up and trying to catch on fire,
Mm-hmm.
you turn everything over and put the hood on it, cool that fire down, and when it fires up again, it's about ready to start eating. So the bacon takes longer to cook than the venison. Venison cooks quick because it's so lean.
I've never cooked it before.
No shit, we love it. And I make chili out of it. I make hamburgers. We love it.
I used to eat it all the time. I used to eat barbecue.
Yeah.
See,
Well,
my mother-in-law, she lived a mile up the road from me, so we always just eat up there.
you told me that before.
I didn't have to cook. If I did cook, they still didn't eat it. They still went up there and ate.
She was a good cook. See.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well.
she cooked country, you know. She cooked a lot of garden stuff and dumplings and a lot of fried meat, cornbread and biscuits every meal,
See, I'm a fried food eater.
blackberry cobblers. I mean, just poke salad, just all kinds of just country food,
That's good food.
green beans and taters.
Look here. I bought me a little greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
My goal is to have a tomato in February,
Yeah,
and there's my tomato in my greenhouse.
that looks pretty good.
And I started from a seed.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Yeah.
Let me go back and see if I can.
I
That was,
started them off on seeds and they just get real long and stringly and die, the plants. They start out good, and they just get real tall and skinny.
There it is, November the 2nd.
Yeah, that's growed quite a bit.
That's November the 2nd.
Yeah.
And this last one picture was, it's November the 22nd, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, November the 22nd.
Yeah.
And that was it. I just showed you. Let's see. Hell, I know I thought I had a date on it. Well, the tag not showing up. But that's the same plant just the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So I may make me a tomato
You might.
by February.
I hope you do.
Make potato salad, Jody? Can you make potato salad, Jody?
I can make it. Sometimes it don't taste good, but we probably make potato salad different though.
Man, I love potato salad. I like hot potato salad. It's German potato salad, I think they call it.
You cut up your taters and you cook them, and then you get it out and you mix up some mayonnaise, some mustard, pickle relish, and eggs, right? Dice up some boiled eggs and then you mix it all up together.
I don't let Kate put boiled eggs in hers.
Do you not?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
And we use
maybe you put the eggs in the macaroni salad.
And we use dill relish instead of sweet. She used to use sweet,
Yeah.
but I finally got her where she used dill.
Yeah, I can't remember. Whichever one I use, my kids complain with the other. So
celery seeds, some onion, chopped up onion.
Yeah, a little bit of onions. It's been so long since I made it, I can't remember.
I love potato salad. Well, we got a restaurant here in town. It's a Cajun cooking, and boy, they got a good potato salad.
I can make deviled eggs.
Yeah, they're good.
They're easy. The hardest part about them is just peeling the egg.
Yeah. That's the damn truth.
Mm-hmm.
But I got to make up some sauerkraut here next week. If I don't get it done today or tomorrow, tomorrow or Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm out. I have eaten all of mine. And I got 5 heads of cabbage growing out here in my garden. And they're getting bigger every day, but I just don't think they're going to be ready. I'm ready for sauerkraut, and them cabbages ain't ready for me to harvest.
Yeah.
I like pickled eggs.
What, like pickled bologna? When you eat the bologna and then put it full of eggs?
No, pickled. Boil them eggs and put them in that vinegar with all them seasonings and let them sit for about a week.
That's like pickled bologna.
I never have eaten.
And then you boil eggs and you put down in with it.
I never have done bologna.
Yeah.
What?
That and a big box of saltine crackers.
Oh yeah. Do you remember Penrose? Penrose?
I know that I've heard it, but I don't remember what it is.
All right, when you was in them old stores out in the country, and they'd have a Penrose sausage, Penrose pickled eggs, Penrose pig feet.
Yeah.
In the big jar. Huh?
It's a brand.
Yeah. You never seen them on the counter?
I can't remember.
Well, they don't make them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one company, and I don't know if they bought Penrose or what, but they put the little sausages in a pouch now. Next time you're in a grocery store in a superstop, look for Big Mama.
Oh,
Big.
I've never in a store like that.
Oh, well,
We
you
ain't got
go.
stores like that where we live.
You stop at a place and get gas. One of them quick stops. Hell, I
Yeah.
know you got Be Quicks or something like that.
No, we got a
Wait,
Murphy's up by Walmart. The rest is just mom and pop stations.
well,
No Waggles, no nothing like that.
I call them super stops where they got the little. You go in there and get gas, and they got stuff in there. And sometimes some of them have some cooked to it, but they got a little small super stop grocery store like place where you can
No, we ain't got nothing like that where I live.
buy
If
vine.
I travel somewhere, and get gas there, they got them, but not
Yeah,
where I live.
yeah, Big Mama pickle sausage. There you go, Mr. Kennedy. Well, that's if you read that package, that's a Penrose brand.
Hmm.
That's the original. That's the old timey Penrose brand, and that's the only kind. I still buy them, and when I see them, I buy one. But they're big, and they make another called Tijuana Mama, but that thing too hot to eat. But the Big Mama pickle sausages, that's the old Penrose. If you
Yeah.
read the back, it'll tell you that. If you read the wrapper, it'll tell you that's what it is. But we used to get them out of a jar. You get a nickel box of nickel package of crackers and a Penrose sausage for a quarter.
Hmm.
And we go back to school smelling like a Penrose sausage.
Yeah.
But that's what we ate for dinner a bunch of times. Man, I love them. I still eat them. Hell, when I can find them.
Hmm.
I got a whole box of them. How about that? Yeah. Well, I done talked about some of everything tonight, Jody.
Hmm. A little bit of everything.
Yeah, buddy. Sure have. Hell, I've been on here since 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Wow, that's a long time.
I know it. I took a nap today.
I haven't had a nap.
I went places in the Delta yesterday and the day before that I ain't been in 40 years.
Hmm.
With riding with my brother-in-law,
Yeah.
showing him around again, places he ain't never been ever. Then I burned a tank of gas in that Toyota. I wore out. But I went in some roads that I never been on, and I thought I'd been on about every road around here.
Yeah. Is it cold out today when you're out roaming around?
I hadn't rolled much today, but yeah, 54 I think was a high.
I think ours is 20 something right now. My house is cold. I want to put another gas heater in.
Yeah. You don't talk about cold. You can hang meat in my house.
Really?
Yeah,
I just heat with the gas fireplace right now.
K don't turn it. K don't turn the thermostat below 65 until it's snow outside. Hell, I wear long pants in the wintertime around here.
I get tired of wearing clothes like that all the time to stay warm. Don't you?
Well, I hate wearing long clothes, long
I
pants.
do too. I want to be comfortable.
But
And when you're home, you're half naked.
but look, she keeps it so cold in this damn house. I sleep. I got extra blankets on my bed,
Hmm.
and you know what they say, cats. Now this is what the book says. The book says that cats like the thermometer 10 degrees warmer than people.
Yeah.
Cats like 10 degrees warmer. They like warmer weather.
Hmm.
And both of these cats, we got one sleeps with me and one sleeps with her, and they both sleep under a ceiling fan.
They.
And so that these cats can live in Antarctica because they sleep in some cold conditions out from under the cover under a ceiling fan.
Snow leopards.
Yeah, snow leopards. It's so damn. My feet are so damn cold right now that I could put them in a drink and cool the drink down.
I've got a hoodie on and pants and house shoes on, standing in front of the fireplace.
But yeah, and it wasn't but 54 today. It was a high.
Mm-hmm.
We finna get some storms tomorrow evening and Friday, I think.
Yeah.
They've been all the weather services talking about we're finna get some bad weather across here. Y'all may be in for it Friday night.
I was going to stay out all night. I probably won't even be able to do it.
Yeah, you better watch the weather forecast because this is a big front coming.
We got that tournament Saturday, and I was going to fish Friday night to midnight and then just stay out all night till the morning, then do the tournament.
Is this the bank and boat?
Yeah.
You better watch the weather, girl.
I was going to slip off to Chattanooga, but I don't know if I can stay out all night or not.
When is that? That's Saturday though, right?
Yeah, but I fished Friday night for my show.
You may not fish Friday night.
I have to.
You may have to cancel that show. You ain't got to go out there in that weather. I'm telling you.
I did almost. There was only a couple of times I didn't go out last year during the winter. I think I did a cooking show one night and something else.
Well, you better watch the weather. You don't want to get out there and get caught in that damn storm.
Is it rain or snow?
They talking about high winds, tornadoes, and everything. Yeah.
Oh no! Maybe it'll miss us.
Well, I'm trying to tell you, watch the weather.
I will. Usually people call and tell me, like Bobcat used to call and say, "Jody, get off the water. There's a storm coming," and I never would get off. He's like, he'd be message, you see that lightning? And I'm like, yeah. And he said, it's coming your way, get off. So I would eventually go load the boat up and just drive another hour or two somewhere else where the storm had already passed and just go fish there and stay all night.
Well, that's possible to do, but you know, that ain't good. That ain't a good practice. You better learn a little bit better. What's the night? What time you gonna be in?
I fish from 9 to 12.
What time? Chattanooga?
Yeah. 9 to 12 Friday night, and then the tournament's 9 to 2, I think. The next day.
All right, I'm gonna just see what the forecast is.
James, he'll be down there in his boat somewhere.
Well, according to this, you 35 degrees right now. And Friday, you good for Friday.
Yeah.
You fine. It looks like you're fine for Friday. In fact, the low ain't but 50 degrees Friday night. But Saturday, you may be all right Saturday.
If I catch my fish early, I'm leaving early because my daughter's coming in for a baby shower again.
It says Friday you cloudy with a couple of showers early in the morning. Yeah, I think you're all right for Friday.
I'm not going to rush it, but if I get 2 big fish early, I'm not going to just stay on the water all day.
Maybe y'all might get it Saturday night.
Mm-hmm. I'll be long gone by then. Even if I stayed at 2 o'clock, I should get home by 6 p.m.
Yeah,
If I don't
thunderstorms.
have, well,
They
it just
talking
depends
about,
if I have to pull up and go to sleep.
yeah. They talking about thunderstorms Saturday night.
Yeah.
And then Sunday going 30. The low Sunday night is 30 degrees.
Woo.
Come on, fun. Yeah. 54 high Sunday and then 30 Sunday night. It may be, you may miss it.
Yeah, I hope so.
You may miss it. But I know Danny Stone is right in the middle of it, and we right in the middle of it down here.
Yeah.
Or it might be a little light in the middle,
Hmm.
in the central part of the country. But Danny gonna be right in there. And he's supposed to fish in that thing too.
Yeah, he is. My phone just went down to 5%. I better jump down.
Yeah, I'm planning to go to bed. I think.
Yeah.
And we
I'll put
we
on a little laundry.
okay, Jody.
Well, thanks for the recipe. I'll let you know if I make it and how it turned out.
Let me know if it makes you sick.
Okay.
Now, if you let me see now, if
I
you
don't
don't
usually
like it,
get sick.
if you don't like it, I don't want to hear anything about it. If it makes you sick, I don't want to hear anything about it. But if somebody
I
likes it,
usually.
let me know.
Okay.
All right, girl.
All right. Bye, Steve. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right.
Yeah, Jody going. I hope she does make that. Oh, James will like it. I bet you. I bet he will. Saturday. What we gonna do here? Something heavy and a thunderstorm. Thunderstorms can bring. Oh yeah, the bad weather's down here by us. Hail, damaging winds. Lord have mercy. Yeah, the bad weather's down here, down south of Jody, so she probably gonna be all right up there for Saturday. We're gonna get hammered, I think. But get in the bathtub with the cats. Yeah, Jody ain't worried about no food. She eating them little Debbie's missus. She ain't paying no attention to nothing there. She looking for the little Debbie's. Yeah. Oh well. Well, we got 13 folks still in here. Has anybody got any topics they want to talk about? Anything important going on we need to discuss? What are you doing, Lucky? I'm about to run out of something to talk about. Somebody need to put us a topic up where we can talk about something. I done sat up here and I done run out of tobacco. Kim, you want to come up here? Misty? Yeah, I I don't know. I know I'm expecting to see some bad weather this weekend here where I live. I just figured it's gonna get Jody too, but it looked like she may be better off than we are down here. Hey, yeah, Tim. Hey, man. What? What I got you muted? Can't can't unmute your mic. You muted, Tim.
There you go.
There he is. Hey, man. Hey, partner. You got it. You got it going.
Am I still muted?
No, you good now. You good now.
Is that James?
Huh?
I thought I heard somebody else.
No, that's me snapping the can back together. Yeah, you gonna try that sirloin? Tim,
Yeah, I'm here.
can you hear me?
I'm gonna try it. See how it comes out.
Yeah, it's
Can
pretty
you use
good.
rump? Can you use rump roast? Because I got a rump roast here in the fridge.
Uh, all I've ever used is T-bone or sirloin. I've never done it with anything else, and I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say because I don't know. But sirloin and T-bone is the only two cuts I've ever used. I don't know why it wouldn't work, but yeah, it's and whatever seasoning you like. I just don't put any salt on mine. I use powder. But yeah, it's good stuff, and it'll be brown. Uh-oh, I lost Tim. He fell out. He didn't hit the wrong button. Whatever. He hit the wrong button. Now he's trying to figure out what he did wrong. He's trying to figure it out. Yep, he's gonna try it again. See if he can figure it out. I didn't want Joe to see him naked. There he is. There you are.
Did that help?
I don't know. You wasn't nothing wrong with you the first time you come through.
I was getting a lot of feedback.
Oh, you got to kill your up there at the top on your telephone. You got to kill. You got to X something out. You got two windows open. See, kill YouTube. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to wherever up there at the top of your telephone there somewhere, you got to kill YouTube or kill StreamYard. You got to kill one of them, and that'll
Okay,
do away.
what about that?
Yeah. Well, see, you don't hear the feedback. You hear it from me.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay, yeah, we're in real time now.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not used to doing it on my phone. I usually do it on my PC, but I'm laying in bed, so
I saw that before you got your icon up there. Yeah, I don't know if a rump roast. I don't know. I never tried it. Only thing I've ever done it with is a T-bone and sirloin most of the time.
I'll go and buy a small sirloin and try it.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
yeah. Just slice it thin,
Does
and
it
then
make it? Does it make it real tender? Because I can't hardly eat any more meat, and
yeah,
with my stomach problems.
it makes it good and tender. It
Maybe it'll
sure
help digest it.
it sure does. It makes it tender. It really does. As long as you bring it, at room, it has to marinate at room temperature for quite a bit. But can't just leave it out there, because that ain't good. You have to put it in the refrigerator, but then you bring it back out of there and stir it good and leave it at room temperature another few hours, and it'll be good and tender. That's right, it'll be tender.
So you can leave it in the fridge about 8 hours after about 4 hours at room temperature.
That's the way I do it. That's the way I do it. And then I bring it out and leave it out about 3 hours.
Okay.
And now if you know how to mix that vinegar and oil, you don't have to use a wishbone. You can use just olive oil and vinegar. But
Yeah, I don't know the right consistency. I
I
always just do
can't.
it to
I
taste.
can never. I ain't never been able to get it where it tastes worth a damn. So I just stick with wishbone. That's the way I do it. But yeah, it's good stuff.
Maybe do that and do like a Greek salad on the side or something like that.
Well, you can listen now. That's what I was just fixing to say. You took the words right out of my mouth. You can slice that meat up and put it on a salad, and slice it even more and put it on salad. And man, good gracious, yeah, you can even slice it up thinner and pieces and put it on a salad, and it is really good. I mean, golly, and I've even put it on a sandwich with mayonnaise. I love it.
Yeah, that actually sounds good. And a cold beef sandwich with some mayonnaise and some
Mm-hmm.
cheese.
It's just good stuff. It's good stuff.
Sounds like a good fishing snack, actually.
Yeah. Well, you put it all in a Ziploc. You know, just carry it all out that way and just take a toothpick or something and reach down there and get you a piece of it, put on cracker or whatever.
Saltine
It,
crackers like Jody.
there you go. But it's tasty. It really is, especially if you like garlic, and of course I love garlic, so I put a lot of garlic powder on mine, and I put onion powder on it, and sometimes I put barbecue powder, just powder. I don't put any. The only thing I don't use is salt, and because I'm scared I'll get it too salty.
Yeah, I don't want to put too much seasoning because I can't handle too much seasoning anymore.
Okay,
My stomach has gotten really bad.
man, we might need to get you on this fermented on this cabbage and stuff, and get your gut back right.
I can't even. I mean, I'm a meat eater. I used to like to eat a lot of meat, and now if I can handle an ounce of a steak, it's not even
yeah,
worth it to go buy a steak anymore at a restaurant because I can't eat it. Just it doesn't. My body don't process it.
yeah. What kind of stomach problems is it, Tim?
Well, I got a blockage for one. I got a hernia for another. I got some problems because of my diabetes and then the medication I take. It's a combination of a bunch of things.
Have they talked to you anything about fermented food?
No, all they want to do nowadays is give you more drugs.
Well, I tell you, you've heard me talk about the fermented food.
Yeah, I wanted to try it, but I didn't never quite get the recipe, and I was waiting. You said you're gonna send it to me, but we never got together on it.
Let me listen. It's so simple. It's too simple. You do you do the grocery shopping, or who does your grocery shopping for you?
My wife does the grocery shopping.
All
I don't
right.
go to the store.
Tell her to get. Have you got any kind of jars at your house?
I got tons of them.
Have you
Mason
got
jars, you know?
Have you got a half a gallon jar?
No, I don't think so. But we could always pick one up or pick a few up.
No, I don't. I don't want you to try but one. Just one jar full. Get her to get you a half a gallon jar. It ain't even got to have a damn top on it. Just a half a gallon jar. And tell her to get you to buy 2 1-pound bags of slaw mix.
Yeah, the stuff that comes in the bag, in the plastic bags at the in the
one
produce.
pound bags. And take let me get my calculations here.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna give you a calculation. You got any sea salt or pink Himalayan salt?
I think I got some pink salt.
Yeah, let me see now. How many ounces in a pound? 16?
16. Yeah, we buy that pink salt at Costco, in the big container.
Yep. Let me get my mind clear now. Let me see. I'm going to have to think just a second, make sure my figures are right. You got any scales?
Yeah,
Kitchen scales that weigh grams?
yeah.
You need grams.
Yeah.
Uh Damn,
Uh-huh.
it's late at night now. Uh
You can always message it to me on Facebook on Messenger.
I can't believe it. My mind ain't working. 6 grams. Now, okay, I got it now. My mind, I'm done going crazy. Let me go. I'm fixing to give it to you. $907. 907. Okay. Now I'm fixing to go. 907 10.0258. Okay. You're not writing any of this down, are you?
No, but I'll remember it.
Okay. 2 pounds of slaw mix.
2 bags, 1 pound bags, or 2
2
pound
1 pound bags or 1 2 pound bag or however. 2 pounds of slaw mix. And you want to use 22 grams. 22 grams of salt.
So just a little less than an ounce.
Huh?
So just a little less than an ounce, about 22 grams.
I really don't know. See, I had to change all that pounds and ounces to grams to get the proper salt amount. But it's 22 grams of salt in 2 pounds of cabbage. Let's say 22 or 23 grams of salt in 2 pounds of cabbage slaw mix. You got it?
Yeah.
All right. You get a big bowl that'll hold them 2 pounds of slaws in there, and you dump them in there. That both bags.
Like a big mixing bowl, something like that.
Big mixing bowl. Do you like garlic?
Yeah.
Okay, get shell some garlic.
Throw a couple of cloves in there, or a couple of
Mash them. Yeah, no, I tell you that in a gallon, I put 8 pods in there.
Okay, so like 8 teeth of garlic mashed up.
I love garlic, so my stuff smells like garlic. I smell like garlic when I eat it. But depending on how well you like garlic. But you put and mash it. You get this. Shuck the garlic and then put it in there, mashed up. Mash it on. With a knife. You know how you mash garlic.
Yeah.
And put whatever you want, 5, 6, 8, 10, whatever you want in there. All right. Now you got the cabbage in a big bowl, and you got the garlic in a big bowl on top of it, mixed up in it. And you sprinkle that salt on it, that 23 grams of salt. You kind of spread it all over the top of it, all of it at one time. And you take your hands. Are you watching me?
Yes.
Let me do this. You take your hands and you start kneading that salt. You knead it. You mash it. You knead it. You turn it. You knead it and you knead it. And you turn it and you turn it and you knead it and you knead it. And you mashing the hell out of it. Now you see this? You mashing the hell out of it. And you rubbing your hands like this to get that salt. If you're going to get salt on your hands, you rub your hands and you knead it. And you knead it for about a couple of minutes. And you let it sit for 30 minutes. Listen to this now. You let it sit for 30 minutes. About a clock. At the end of that 30 minutes, you go back in there and you do that again. And if you go pet the dog or play with the cat, you wash your hands with hot soap and water before you knead it. Uh-oh. He gone again. Dang, Tim. What did he go to sleep? Is he gonna pop back in here? Or he didn't want to hear no more? He probably don't want to hear no more. He ran off, didn't he? He ran off, Jody. He hit the wrong button, didn't Come on back, Tim. Who froze? Yeah, like a light. Yeah. I didn't freeze. Hey, back. Okay. Tim.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
We were needing the salt and the garlic and the slaw when you cut out.
Okay, we're going to need it for about 1.5 or 2 minutes. Okay? And we're going to stir it, flip it over, and we mashing the hell out of it. You got it?
Yeah.
All right, and then okay, and you're going to let that sit for 30 minutes. 30 minutes, not 20 minutes, not 15 minutes, 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then if you go mess and pet your dog or play with a cat in that 30 minutes, or some strange good-looking woman,
Wash your hands.
with hot water and soap.
Okay.
And get the soap off of them and dry them off. And in 30 minutes, you do that again. The same thing. Mash the hell out of it and roll it and mash the hell out of it with your hands. I mean, your hands they're gonna be tired. I'm telling you. And do that for about another 2 minutes. Shake, get all the salt and get everything off your hands. And let it sit for 30 more minutes. Okay?
Okay.
At the end of that 30 minutes, you do that again for that length of time.
So repeat it 3 times.
You do it at least 3 times. Now, when you do it the second time, you're going to start feeling it's going to be moist as everything. So it's going to be a lot of moisture. At the end of that third time, you're going to be squeezing water. Okay?
Got it.
Now, you got to decide, and I'm just going to tell you right now, I would do it the 4th time.
Okay, that's not a problem.
That's not a problem. You just wait 30 minutes and do it the 4th time. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, at the end of the 4th time, have you got a vegetable funnel, a kitchen funnel that fits in the top of a jar and got a big mouth on it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you may not have one. They're not. Everybody don't use them.
Well, we have something like it's like a rubber thing that fits over a jar with like a rubber band goes around, sorta.
Does it make stuff where you can put it in there easier?
Oh, you're talking about a funnel. I thought you were talking about a cover.
Funnel?
Yeah, I got a funnel. I got plenty of funnels.
A kitchen funnel.
Yeah.
Put that funnel in your jar. You reach in there and you put your mix in that jar. Packing it.
How big a funnel? How does the hole have to be on the bottom?
Well, they call them a kitchen funnel, and they got a big old hole. You may not have one. If you don't have a kitchen funnel, just put it down in there the best you can without losing all of it. Take your time and just put it down in there a little at a time. Put it in the jar a little at a time. You know.
Okay.
And I do it over the sink because you don't want to be throwing it and putting it everywhere. Because if a piece falls on the counter, you can't pick it up and put it in the jar because it's got germs on it.
Yeah, you got to keep it sanitized.
It's got to be clean.
Bacteria.
That's the key. And you put it and take a wooden spoon. I use a wooden spoon or any kind of spoon, but a long spoon, and run some hot water on it and make sure, put it clean. And as you put that cabbage in that jar, you pressing it down in that jar. You understand? You put it in that jar tight.
Yeah, you're stuffing it down in there.
And you
Packing
yeah, you packing it pretty good. All right, when you get all your cabbage in there and you got it packed, then you take the juice that's in the bowl that you know you've been kneading in, and you pour it in there. And it'll cover. You bring it up an inch or two above the top of that cabbage. It's got to be, the cabbage has got to be submerged. You got it? You follow me? Oh hell, I done lost him again. He must have internet trouble. Submerged.
I'm here, Coach. I just had to stand up for a second there.
Oh, okay. All right, what?
I'm following you.
Okay, you just pour that liquid. You pour that liquid out of that pan over in that jar and put all that cabbage, all that underwater. Now, I try to put at least 2 inches of water over the top of it. And I try to leave at least 2 inches to the top of the jar because it's going to even make more liquid.
Okay.
It's going to make more liquid. I mean, when even if you leave 2 inches of head space up there, it's going to make more liquid. I'm just telling you, it's going to make more liquid. All right, now, to keep that cabbage submerged, are you ready for this?
Yes.
You send your wife out in the gravel road and pick up a rock that'll fit in that jar.
Do you cover it in a cheesecloth or anything, or you just shove the rock in there?
You take that rock and you boil it for 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
You take that rock and you boil it for 10 minutes. And then you wash it off good and you ease it down in that jar on top of that cabbage.
As close to the width of the jar as possible, right?
Yeah, well, you got to put that jar, you got to put it down in there. You got to reach down there and get it out.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with you.
You follow me? Now, if you don't want to do it rock, you get a Ziploc bag. Okay? You run hot water all over it. Heat it up good and to clean it as good as you can. And whatever liquid is left in that pan, you pour it in that Ziploc bag and
You make like a balloon.
And put it, instead of using a rock, you use that Ziploc bag and put it over in the jar and kind of push it down with your fingers. And you see it'll form the inside of that jar and it'll hold that stuff down. You following what I just told you?
Yeah.
A bag is a whole lot easier to use than a rock. Even though I got both, that Ziploc bag is easier and it'll form inside that bottle, inside that jar, and hold that cabbage under that water. And that bag is also easier to fish out of that jar. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, at the end of 5 days.
So you don't cover it. You just cover it with the bag or the rock.
Now, and you ain't even got to put a top on it. You can put a top on it if you want to, but you don't tighten it down because it's gonna make liquid. Listen, Tim, it's
You don't
gonna
want to,
it's gonna ferment. It's gonna
like,
make liquid and gas.
yeah, like beer.
Got that a wine. Whatever you do, you don't want to tighten it down because it'll be explode. You just if you want to put a top on it, just put it down and turn it a quarter of a turn. You know, don't turn it much, just something to keep the air from going in. And at the end of 5 days, I don't ever test mine until 5 days. And I take that bag out of there and I take my fork, reach in there and get me a bite of it and see how it tastes. And if I like it, I'll take that bag out of it, put the top on it, and put it in the refrigerator. If I
So,
don't like it, if it don't chew right, if it don't taste right, I'll leave it in there another day and I'll check it at 6 days.
so what's the consistency it's supposed to be when it's
Now,
ready?
that's up to you. See, my wife loves it at 5 days. I don't stop mine. I make mine at 14 days. See, it depends on your taste buds and what you like.
And this is just in the pantry or whatever. Just stick it in there so it'll be.
And put it in a bowl or something because it's going probably
Leak.
going to run. It's going to run over the top.
Okay.
Put it in something to catch any excess that comes out of it.
Okay.
Bye, Jody.
Bye, Jody.
It's a good chance it's going to boil some out.
And does the room temperature matter?
Yeah, you don't want it to get. You don't want it to be in the 40s and 50s. It needs to be between 70 and 90
Okay, because we keep our
degrees.
house at 70, so that should be all right.
That'd be fine. That'd be fine. And I like to do it in the dark. I like to keep my stuff dark. And the way I do that is I just put a black plastic bag over, garbage bag. And I do all my stuff in the utility room, and
Yeah, I can do that, but it probably might get a little colder in there.
well, my utility room is hooked to my house, so it's same temperature. And but I go and come with it, and I cut the light on, go out there and do little projects and stuff. So I like to keep my stuff covered with a black garbage bag. But I'm telling you, Tim, that damn sauerkraut is fit to eat now. And it's so good for you. And it's so good for your gut. It is one bite of that sauerkraut has the same probiotics as a whole bottle of 300 capsules of this probiotics you buy at the store. One bite. My wife eats a bite of it every night, and she's had stomach problems since she was a little girl. And when I started this back last winter, and she tried it, she knows that it works. She takes a bite of it every night. She got her own jar in there. You got it figured out?
Yeah, so then when it's all done, then you can just put the lid on the jar and stick it in the fridge.
Yeah, put it in the refrigerator, and that stops the fermentation, and it leaves it at the same taste and texture that you like. Yep. But I would do it. I would knead it 4 times just to be sure you got enough liquid. That's the only reason I said do it 4 times. Make sure you got enough liquid. 'Cause I've never had to need any of it over 3 times, and I've always poured liquid out that I had, too much. But you're gonna do it 4 times, and that way, if you made a mistake, then you've already covered it with doing it that 4th time. Clean the jar good, hot water and soap, get it good and clean. And then,
Yeah, it'd be just like canning, right? You boil the jars and.
oh yeah, but this is a lot different than canning. Uh, this is a lot simpler than canning, and the you just got to be careful and make sure you keep everything good and clean. That you're inside your jar, your hands. That's the main thing, because you don't want that. It's certain bacteria that'll kill the fermentation process. You see,
Yeah.
and you don't want to get that particular bacteria in there, even though it's salt water. You don't want to kill the fermentation process. But don't fool around and check it at 6 or 7 days. You check it at 5 days, because that may be where you like it. But 23 grams of salt in 2 pounds of cabbage of slaw mix. Half a gallon. I do it in a half-gallon jar, and you'll see how that works out. And then from then on, you'll be good to go. You may want to get a gallon and 4 pounds of slaw. This is just something that'll get you started on it, and you understand what you're doing, and then you can go from there on your next batch.
Alrighty. I'll try that tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that's the simplest way to start. I've only done the slaw mix 1 time, and I did that for my daughter-in-law. And I didn't do it. I told them how to do it. I sat there and I didn't do nothing. I did all the weighing and everything, but they did all of the crunching and the garlic. They did it all. I just sat there and watched it. And they loved it, because I left and went home. But they told me it was excellent. They loved it. Because, look here, Tim, you ever food with cabbage?
Yeah, a little bit.
I take 3 heads of cabbage, and I put that knife on that cabbage, and my whole kitchen is instantly covered with cabbage. It's all over the damn kitchen. With just one slice, and there's cabbage everywhere.
Yeah. Plus, it's hard to judge the weights and stuff when you have when you're cutting your own cabbage. So I can see that.
Yeah, no, well, I weigh everything. I mean, I make all mine with cabbage, but hell, it takes me 3 hours to clean the kitchen up. Then you chop that cabbage, and then I said, well, we got a food processor. So I said, we're going to put it in a food processor this time. Tim, the first piece of cabbage I put in that food processor, something flew in front of my face, and I looked up, and it was a piece of cabbage stuck to the ceiling of the kitchen. I didn't get that thing covered quick enough. Man, I said, that just ain't no clean way to deal with cabbage. It's just messy, damn vegetable. And so I'm back to cutting it with a butcher
Oh, I
knife.
forgot to ask you, do you rinse the slaw mix before you do all that process?
No, I don't. I don't.
Just try and buy it as fresh as you can find it.
Yeah, well, the way Alicia, my daughter-in-law, did it is she went to the store, her local grocery store, and asked them when did they put out the fresh slaw, and they told her that they got it on a Wednesday. They get fresh new shipments on a Wednesday, and they start putting it out accordingly to when they needed to go out. So she went up there on Tuesday. She was sharp. She went up there on Tuesday and looked in the cooler there and saw how many cabbages they had and read the expiration dates on two or three of the bags. And then she went up there Wednesday evening and she got the fresh bags. So now, however long they've been from the processor from the field to the processor to the grocery store, but they was fresh. And that's how she did it. And she got the good fresh one. But those things are pretty much vacuum sealed, and or they gonna be okay. And if you was gonna make slaw out of them, you wouldn't wash them. I don't think. I don't believe they'd wash them. I think they just put them in there and put the stuff on. No, it's okay not to wash them. It just you hope they're fresh. But it's 2 pounds would be 22, 23 grams of salt, sea salt or pink Himalayan salt. You don't really want to use, when you read the label on your salt, it should only say salt. A lot of sea salt will say anti-caking agents is added. You don't want that one. You want something that the ingredients on it says salt, and that's all it says.
Yeah. Like I said, we buy that pink stuff from Costco in a big container.
Big plastic container.
And it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah. Now, you're not gonna notice it doing what you're doing because you're gonna be needing it. But if you go further after you decide if you like this fermenting, and you decide to make some pickles, let's say cucumber, where you dissolve your salt then before you put it in the jar, and that Himalayan salt leaves a residue. And no matter how much stirring and pouring and rewatering you do, you're going to have some residue left in your salt container, whatever you dissolve it in. So, but you don't have to deal with that making cabbage, making sauerkraut, because you're just putting it directly, and then the cabbage is making its own salt, own water, you see. You don't worry about that part. Yeah, that's all I use is pink Himalayan salt. That's all I use.
When it's all said and done, is it more dry? Is it more, or is it still really wet?
What's that?
When it's after the 5 or 6 days or whatever long you leave it, has the salt soaked up most of the water, or is it evaporated, or?
It's gonna still be it's still gonna be underwater in that jar. It's gonna stay wet. It ain't gonna be dry by any. No, it's gonna still be pretty much underwater.
And do you pour any of that out before you put it in the fridge? Just leave it the way it is.
Yeah. Now you can take. Let's say you eat. Let's say you got a half a gallon there, and you eat a little pile of sauerkraut, and your wife eats a little pile of sauerkraut. Well, you're gonna have more than likely the moisture gonna be above the sauerkraut that's left in the jar. it's gonna be a lot of liquid.
Yeah.
You can take that liquid and make one hell of a salad dressing out of it. One hell of a salad dressing. And when you eat all your sauerkraut out of that half gallon and you got that 2 or 3 inches of liquid in that jar, you can make one hell of a bunch of salad dressing out of that liquid. Put a little olive oil in there and stir it up, taste it. Put a little garlic powder if you want, a little onion, whatever seasoning it, and stir it and taste it, and make one delicious salad dressing out of it. Yep, you got it.
Got it.
Yeah, but I'd love for you to do it. I'd love for you to do it, and
I'll tell you what, Coach, it's worth a try because I've tried everything else.
well, I tell you, guy, and look here, Tim. I done lost 60-something pounds fooling with this stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm losing weight now because I can't eat.
Well, I just I can't help but believe it that the good gut health, everything you read says good gut health leads to good health,
Yeah.
and this is the best gut health medicine you can get is this stuff we've been talking about. It just don't make nothing no better. It's what it's for is good gut health. And if you like that taste, that's my problem with it. Is I love the taste because it's got that pickle taste to it. And it don't have no vinegar in it, but it's got that good pickle taste. And I can sit down and with that gallon crock of that stuff and just sit there with a fork and just sit there and make myself sick eating. And that ain't good. I eat too much of it. And tomatoes, I raised Roma tomatoes last year, and I can get 9 in a half-gallon jar, and
Same
full
process?
Huh?
Is it the same process with tomatoes?
Yeah, but it's a little more complicated because you got to weigh the water and everything with tomatoes, or cucumbers, or eggplants, or beets. You got to weigh everything and then measure the salt accordingly. And you use distilled water or spring water. It's a little more complicated. See, that's the beauty of it. Sauerkraut is the easiest one to do. But I can sit there and I can eat 9 of them tomatoes and I just can't get enough of them. And that ain't good because hell, I just and then drink all the juice out of the jar. I love the flavor, man. I use the tomato juice to make Bloody Marys. The juice that's in that jar after I eat those tomatoes.
Yeah.
I use them. I save it. And I got 2 daughters-in-laws, and I give them both the juice. I give them a quart of it, and they to use for Bloody Mary mix. Now, it's delicious stuff if you got that flavor, that taste for it. And I do, and they happen to too. Now, neither one of my sons like it, but they love it, and I do too. I got a grandson that can eat more of it than I can. But when you after the 5 days or 6 days or 7 or 10 or however many days you let it go before you decide it where you like it. Be careful and don't overdo it because it will until your system. It takes your system, I think, 3 weeks to get used to it. 2 or 3 weeks. I wouldn't eat over a bite or two of it at a time. Because otherwise you can blow yourself up, and you'll be so gassy you think you done swallowed a neon but freon balloon. It will do that, and because your system is going when you throw them probiotics out of that cabbage in your system, you need to gradually do it, 1 or 2 bites a day. Not no big bowl of it the way I do it. Man, I take that big old bowl and I put me some black pepper on there and look at him, man. I can go to town.
So is it come out acidic, like real acidic, or?
Uh, mm, you might say it's acidic. Is that what you said, acidic?
Yeah.
You might say it's acidic. I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna think when you put it in your mouth the first time. You're gonna say, "Who put vinegar in the jar?" That's what you're gonna think.
Okay.
You're gonna think somebody done poured some vinegar in there because it's gonna have a pickle taste to it. That did to me. I mean, I still think it tastes like it's got pickles in it. Now that's the sauerkraut. Now the cucumbers and the tomatoes, they don't have a pickly taste. They don't have that pickle taste to them. But I poured a basil to them. I packed that jar about half full of basil leaves. I raised basil, fresh basil,
Mm-hmm.
and I love that basil flavor in the cucumbers and in the tomatoes.
Yeah. Well, the basil's supposed to be really good for you too.
Yeah. Well, see, you can put some basil in that cabbage. It ain't no law against putting basil in that cabbage. It ain't no law against putting sliced jalapenos in that cabbage. There ain't no law against it. But people make it, and you can spice it up if you want to. You know,
Yeah.
it ain't. You can put. You can do it however you want. Because it's all anaerobic. It's all gonna be under that solution, and it's gonna pickle whatever's there. It's gonna ferment whatever's there, and be sure not tighten that top down on that jar. But it's real easy to make sauerkraut. It's really easy. That's the simplest thing to do out of the whole, all of it.
Yeah. They used to sell some stuff. Well, they still do, but it's not the same. It would come like in a pouch,
That's where I started on it.
and it
It's
was good. And unlike the other stuff that you buy, it's crap. You know what I mean?
That's Cleveland brand. The company is Cleveland, Cleveland.
Yeah, but it's not the same anymore like it used to be. Or maybe my tastes have changed. I don't know.
Well, see, that's where I got started on it last Christmas. When I went last Christmas is when I got started on this stuff. And I had food poisoning before we went up to my daughter-in-law's up in Arkansas. And I didn't know if I was going to be able to go. And I finally got everything stopped to where I could stay away from the bathroom long enough to drive 3 or 4 hours. And I didn't feel worth a damn. And I said, the second night we were sitting there, and I said, y'all got any yogurt or anything? I said, my stomach, I've taken so much medicine, I done killed my damn enzymes, all the enzymes in my stomach. I could tell it. I needed, and I don't drink buttermilk, but I can eat yogurt. And Jenny said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "I need to put some bacteria back in my stomach. I need some. I need to get my functions going again." And she said, "I got something better than yogurt." And I said, "What the is it?" And she come out of that refrigerator with a pouch of that garlic sauerkraut. Tim, I ate the whole damn pouch. It was the best stuff I ever ate. And I woke up the next morning. Look, man, I felt so much better. And she was telling me that that's fermented. I read the packet; it was fermented. And so, Sunday we got home Sunday, I got on the internet and started studying up on fermentation. And I watched 4 videos on fermenting cabbage, 4 different people. And I wrote all 4 and all of them, and I picked out the one I liked the best. And I went to the grocery store Monday morning, and I bought me 3 heads of cabbage, a thing of garlic. I found me some pink Himalayan salt. It just says salt on the ingredients. I went to Walmart, bought me a gallon jug, and by dinner time Monday, I had a gallon of it working. That's how quick I did it. And after 5 days, 6 days, I left it 14 days when I got it and I liked it. And so I got my wife started on it, and she told me that she liked it. It was more sour than she liked. So I went up there and I bought 2 heads of cabbage, and I made her a half a gallon. And I didn't put as much garlic in it as I had in mine because she didn't like it. It was a little bit too much garlic for her too. And I had her. She started tasting it at 5 days, and it was either 5 or 7 days. She said that's good enough for me. It might be a 7. I think she left her 7 days, and she eats a bite of it every day, and she's been eating it since 1st February. And she's down. She's down where I'm fixing to have to make her another half a gallon.
Are you able to eat stuff now, like more variety of foods, regular foods?
Well, I've never had any problems eating regular food. I've never had any problems. I just my digestion is better. I don't have heartburn. You see me sit up here drinking and dipping at the same time. You've seen that for a year or 2.
Yeah.
And I don't have heartburn. My colonostomies are good. I just feel better. But I never had any trouble eating. I never had, like you talking about. I had never had any trouble, eating any kind of food. But it's just good. Like I said, it's good gut health, and it tastes good. That's the thing. It tastes so good. Man, you can make a hot dog, cook a hot dog, and put that sauerkraut on there. Man, golly.
Hardly eat hot dog anymore because they can't take it.
Yeah. Well, maybe that sauerkraut will get you going. Who knows? It may not, but at least maybe you can eat it. Maybe it'll help you. And if it does, that'd be great, man.
Yeah. And it can't hurt, so that's the main thing.
Yeah. What you don't take any probiotics or anything, do you?
Not anymore, no. I stopped taking them because your body it doesn't help them. It doesn't process them the right way. It breaks them down on the wrong part of your stomach. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, see, that's what you're gonna be eating with this kraut is probiotics. That's what this stuff is going to fill your system full of is natural probiotics. It ain't gonna be no capsule, ain't gonna be no pill, it ain't gonna be run through no machine. This is gonna be strictly natural produced probiotics. And that's what it is. And it's good for you. It tastes good. You gotta be careful. I have to be careful not to overdose on it because hell, I'll overdo it because I like that flavor. But man, it tickled me to death if it helped you out some. That'd tickle you too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Hmm.
Somebody who loves to eat, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
All the good food we got here in New Mexico.
Well, that
Can't even
may
eat it.
all that damn red pepper may be what's wrong with you. You reckon? You done cauterized
Well,
everything.
I can't hardly eat it no more because it makes me sick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love it, and sometimes I still do.
I wish I lived closer. Hell, I'd have just made you a half gallon and brought it to you and get you on it to see if it helps.
Yeah. Well, if you drove up to CatCon.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what that slaw costs, but 2 pounds of it can't be that bad.
Nah, I'm not worried about that.
And you already got the salt. So if you started tomorrow, this time next week, you'll know one way or the other how it's doing.
Yeah.
Because it don't take what 30 minutes, hour and a half, 2 hours, and it's made. Yeah, 2 hours. You got it in the jar, and you got it covered with water. You got the Ziploc bag in there, and put some moisture, put some liquid in that Ziploc out of the bowl because if you want to hold it underwater, and the reason you use that liquid out of the bowl is if the bag was to get a hole in it, you don't want tap water running in there. See, you want the water that it's submerged in running in there. You understand what I'm talking about there?
Yeah. That way you're in the same juice.
Yeah. And you leave it there and slide that sack out of the way and get you a little bite of it and see if it's how you like it. And when it gets how you like it, throw that bag away and put the top on it and set it in the fridge. You're good to go. And I'm glad I'm sitting there talking about it because Monday I got to make up a bunch of it. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up to the grocery store and get 5 bags and make a couple of 2 or 3 jugs of it. Because I've eaten all.
Is there anybody left in chat?
Well, it's 5, but ain't nobody talking. I've eaten 2 gallons of that stuff since last Christmas. And I hadn't had any for a month and a half. I'm eating tomatoes and pickles that I made. And I got to make some more crap. Yeah, it's 2 o'clock, Tim. I got to go to bed, man. Oh, he didn't run off. Fell out again. Well, I hope he can hear me. Y'all, I don't know who the 5 are that's still here, but I'm fixing to have to shut this thing down and get me some sleep. And I got woods. Thank you for coming up, Tim. I enjoyed visiting with you, man. And let me see. Tim, I'm gonna put my I'm gonna put my email in here in case. Hold up, Tim. Hold up, Tim. There's my email, Tim. If you need me tomorrow, send me an email because I do get email on my telephone and I'm pretty good about keeping it kind of close. And if you have any questions with this thing, man, send me an email and I'll send you my phone number. And I'll help you through it if you need any help. But I think you probably understand what's going on. But be sure and contact me tomorrow if you need some help. Okay, bud? All right, y'all, I'm going to bed. See everybody later. Thank y'all for being here.